All right. Greetings, internet. Greetings, wargamers. I'm here with another video. And I actually did not save the last file I had for this turn, for this German summer offensive 1942. And so I think I may just start all over. That's what I'm thinking. I didn't save it. A lot happened. It was a pretty awesome operation. I did upload it though, so for people to enjoy. But I think what I'm going to do is just do it again and see if we get a similar outcome or not. I'm curious to know. So I'm just going to call it Summer 42. I mean, we're in the month of June, so this is like the peak of summer. And we're just going to go ahead and do it again. Axis starts. The British already withdrew from France on the Western Front. So, it was basically like a decisive German breakthrough. It was a huge operation. Jeez. I kind of wish I did more of an analysis for that operation. It was really interesting. It was really cool. But I'm thinking I may just do it again. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm also going to try to figure out, like, what's the German strategic objective right now exactly. I'm not really sure what it is in this game. But I'm thinking, like, I'm going to deploy Army Group South here, Army Group A, rather, here, and we're going to blitz with this. Have I started the file? I think I have, yes. And there's a term by Robert Citino that he picked up, but it had to do with like the German theory of blitzkrieg, basically. And he was really just one of those like menacing German words, and it definitely applied to like German offensive operations when they worked. The Battle of France, Barbarossa had a lot of successes too. But yeah, it was messy for sure. I think right now my strategic objective is to get to the Don River. I think I'm going to go for Voronezh. Basically kind of repeat a Case Blue, something similar. Historically, that was a drive to Stalingrad. And like the Soviet oil fields deep in the former Soviet Union. This area here, though, Baku, which is like Azerbaijan, but it's southern Russia, basically. It's the Russia of the South. And I mean, it was a big operation, and they got to Stalingrad, but they didn't succeed at taking it, right? That's the story. But if you can study the operation, I mean, all this territory becomes Axis controlled, and the panzers were like, cross-countrying over the steppe to like take the territory. I think there was a lot of rivers over here, not just the Don River. It was a whole network of rivers that they had to cross. That was complicated. But overall, I mean, they took a lot of territory, but the Red Army successfully escaped kidnap. I mean, they lost a lot of units, hundreds of thousands, but they did not lose like 1 million the way they did in 1941 with Barbarossa. This time, the Soviet units packed up their bags and just got out, basically. And this was in the aftermath of like failed Soviet offensives, and the Germans were able to launch counterattacks and that kind of reestablished the line over here near Kharkov. It was either the first or the second Battle of Kharkov that already took place. In our game, we didn't have much of a battle at all. It's kind of been a strategic stalemate this whole time. The German army did not push outside of like the Donetsk River. That was part of our strategic plan. So we took a lot less territory than what was done historically. But I think our army's in better fighting condition than what was the case historically. And I would love in the future to make a video that can like compare, say, historical 1942, summer 1942, with like maybe our version, to kind of show a contrast of like how our army, our Eastern Front army, our Ost here, is different then at least at some strategic level, slightly different than what we had historically. I think right now, for example, there's still a lot of German units caught up in the Western Front. I mean, this 11th Corps here, I think there was another one. I think we already moved them. Yeah, I think there's another one, the 1st Corps. At least 2 corps. I mean, if you include a mech corps possibly, or a paratrooper corps, which I think was sent over eventually to Leningrad. I mean, you're looking at the equivalent of 3 corps. That's about the size of a standard German army. So the equivalent of an extra army on the Eastern Front is what we're missing right now. We haven't even taken Sevastopol, so like unlocking more units, Romanian army, Italian army, Hungarian army, all of that would be super helpful. So anyways, I'm going to do all this again. I think it was really fun. It was definitely an effort. I wish I had saved the file, frankly, but I was thinking about like saving and like trying to cut and edit, but I'm still working on like getting more functional software, maybe to do it in a faster way. I figured let's just start it again. It's good fun. So I'm gonna start with probably deploying my Panzer armies. I kind of want to give us a sense of scale. We've been using a system. I think it's about 15,000 troops per Allied step. And then for the Germans, I think I have it at 22,000. And for the Soviets, I have it at 25,000, basically. And the numbers, I don't know if I saved the numbers. I think a little bit. But they've been pretty consistent. I mean, I don't have these in terms of millions. That would kind of be interesting to know. But like, hopefully, if you've been watching the series so far, you know that like the system is imperfect, but it seems to be in the ballpark for the most part. It worked pretty well for the Winter War. It worked very well for the Battle of France. I was still trying to like tweak it, but I think overall it was pretty good. So having said that, I think this is the same setup. I mean, I could pull up the video too, but my goal right now is to just overwhelm the Soviets wherever I can. And the obvious position right now is to exploit these Soviet units out here in the open steppe, including Kursk right here. So we're launching an offensive, breaking out of Ukraine effectively, and pushing into now like former Russian territory, basically. So kind of an interesting location for an offensive. Keep for the record, like the German army did try to do this in 1943 against Kursk, but they failed because the Soviet defenses were way too dense. They were stacked up with manpower, number one. Even if the fighting quality wasn't all that high, I think average maybe 3 or 4 steps per unit, so strong units, but they weren't the equivalent of a bunch of 4-step German units, and that's what we have here. So I kind of want to, maybe before I make any movements, let's just calculate how many German divisions there are, more or less, and how many units are there total, like how much manpower. We still control Rostov. I'm not going to include Rostov, I don't think, for this count, because it's kind of already in a contested situation. I just want to count all the fresh German units that have essentially dug in for the winter, and now they've been receiving a lot of reinforcements and supplies. They're all full stack. That's a nice touch. I love that. Full stack German units. And basically, all along the front, including this bulge that we have here near Moscow. The Soviets haven't launched any big attacks. I think they tried one attack here. They totally failed. Trying to take Vyazma. It was fortified. But we got a lot of units here in the north too. The problem I have is that the fundamental design of the German army on the Eastern Front is flawed. The Soviets find the solution to this in the game. You can tell if you play the late war scenarios, which I think would be worth exploring. If I can ever recreate it in my games, definitely I think it'd be fun to explore it. I just want to know more about this history of the units. The Soviet side is very messy in that regard. But what I'm trying to get at here is that the German structure is flawed because the only offensive weapon that they really have, besides extra stormtroopers, basically full strength infantry divisions, are very valuable. You know, they had artillery. They eventually started getting stugs. So like they could go toe to toe with like other combat units. They were very valuable in that sense, but they were standard units. The real strength of the German army came in the form of the Panzer divisions, right? And the Panzer Corps, the Panzer armies. Even on the Eastern Front, there was four. There was four Panzer armies on the Eastern Front, and basically, they all like had their fair share of successes. Some of them had their fair share of defeats. So it was kind of a mess all over the place. But like, I'm curious to know. I want to know more about like our setup here. Basically, it's about 2 to 3 Panzer Corps per Panzer Army. I think there's about 11 Panzer Corps on the Eastern Front. Divide that by 4, you end up with an average of like 3 point something per army. I think that math might be right. Or maybe it's less. I think it's 2 point something, right? If it's 11 divided by 3. Or it's 11 divided by 4, rather, my mistake. Yeah, it's something like that. Maybe 2 point something. Point is 2 to 3 Panzer Corps per army. So here's one. There's the 39th, 48th, 24th, 56th, and 41st, and 46th. So I count 6 Panzer Corps here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a whole Panzer Army in reserve right here. 6 Panzer Corps, that's telling me 2 Panzer Army. Pretty much at full strength. The other thing, the important thing to note is like how many divisions do we actually have, or how many corps do we have for Army? This is clearly Army Group Center. Maybe it's Army Group Center / North, because I mean Army Group North is pretty much what we have here. Technically, the Finns would have never taken Leningrad, but in our game, you know, we let it slide. I think it'd be interesting, kind of a cool playthrough there. But yes, like in a normal game, the Finnish unit couldn't even be used to occupy Leningrad, which to me is ridiculous. I think this may be Finnish territory. I'm assuming this is Finnish territory, but maybe it never was. So I'm still learning a lot about this region here in the north, about like in World War II, and just trying to understand like why did the Finns even attack the Soviets again if they didn't even want to take, not even like border Leningrad? Like I didn't get that. They just wanted to take their original territory. But yeah, we had a battle at Leningrad. It went very well, and we succeeded. It was a pretty swift battle. I think just because of the momentum of 41 Barbarossa, that seemed to have been enough to take Leningrad. But there's no guarantees. It can be a big struggle to take a city like that, a fortress hex. But we succeeded. We had triple fire with air support, so that was a big, big plus. This time, Summer 42, our air support is at level 2. Yeah, there it is. It's at level 2, not level 3. Double fire, not triple firepower. Double fire, triple fire. It's not triple fire. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I count like 13 corps here that are mobile. Combat corps. I'm not including this fortress corps because it's static. It's a static unit. But altogether, 13 corps, all at full strength, presumably. I mean, we can do the math on that. How many troops is that? Oh, it's I think it's 4.5, because the cadre is a little bit more. The last step of each corps is a little bit more, and then times 22. I count. My calculations tell me this is about 1.3 million troops here. I haven't included this other like 2 armies in the north, here and here, but they're covering a long swampy terrain and they're not doing much. But we gotta like be aware that the Soviets could try to go back and retake Leningrad. It is a possibility. So about 1.3 million troops. I mean, 2 other armies. I'm assuming an army is about, at full strength, what is a corps? It's about, I would say about 100,000 is what I'm calculating there. 99,000, wow. So about 99,000 at full strength. So we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 corps. half of them are at full strength. So that's probably like, I would say 250,000 troops, presumably. Right? 6 corps. I said 250,000, maybe more than that. I want to know how much are they at not at full strength. 77,000. Okay, so if you take an average, that's about 88,000 per army. Taking an average. So a little under 100,000. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the exact number is, but I could try to calculate it. I'm trying to do it like right off the top of my head. But as far as like divisions go, I mean, something like 20 plus divisions, I would say 20, 30 divisions over here. I guess I will calculate the exact number. I feel like there's a faster way of doing this, but I just don't exactly remember. Or I haven't really thought about it thoroughly enough, apparently. But anyways, let's see. Let's get an exact number based off of my presumption there. 528,000 troops. So I think I meant to say like 250,000 per army. Ain't gotta double that. So yeah, maybe about 500,000 troops. That's a lot. So you got 1.3 million here, plus another 500,000 over here. In total, that's 2.2, right? 1.3 plus 500, or I guess it's 1.8. It's about 1.8 million troops in this upper half of the Eastern Front. Army group, center and north combined, basically into one larger army group. Possibly broken up into two components still. You've got like these units up here in the north, and then you've got these infantry divisions here, you know, more to the south relative to the north, but it's technically the center, east of, or rather west of Moscow. And then the Soviets kind of have their own sort of strategic defense, but the point is both sides are in a defensive posture. There may be some kind of like clashing that's taking place, but in our game, compared to the historical game, I'm sure. But in our game, I mean, we saw a limited Soviet offensive here. We didn't see like waves of Soviet troops attacking in the winter, at least not in this sector. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's see how many troops we have here in the south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, about 21.5, I would say, corps. Times 4.5 times 22,000, that's another 2 million troops. So altogether, I mean, if you add up the strength of the German army in the Eastern Front, I mean, they're still at about 3.8 million. It would be 1.8 plus 2.1. What is that? That's like 3.9 million, I think, is what I calculate in total. I haven't even counted all the German corps. So I think historically, the German army may have been a little bit larger, but we've done a relatively good job at expanding the German army by at least 100,000 troops than what we had originally, apparently. That's not a bad expansion. I thought we would have had more troops. I mean, do we have a dead pile? Nope. I thought we would have had more troops than that. But I guess I'm not really including the Romanian army at the moment. I only have one Romanian army here. It's probably another 200,000 troops. But like the entire Romanian army is not available at the moment. So that's, just want to take note of that. Yeah, so that's, hopefully that's kind of like interesting. I find that stuff interesting. The question then becomes like, what are we up against, right? Now, keep in mind, historically, the Operation Citadel was, I think, about 1.3 million troops. And keep in mind that it was concentrated at Kursk. I don't think it included, like, the rest of Army Group South. This time I did count, like, all of Army Group South. I think the point I'm trying to make is that Army Group South, I think, and maybe the southern wing of Army Group Center. Maybe I'm splitting Army Group Center into two army groups now. Army Group North. I think this is not making sense. I don't know why it's called Army Group North. Yeah. All right. I'm going to move this Army Group Center, though, to Bryansk. I'm actually going to start doing operations. How many Soviet troops are we up against? Presumably about 100,000 troops per Soviet army. And then the Mech Corps and all of that stuff, maybe about like 50, 60,000 troops. I figure, I know that a Mech Corps was about 22,000 troops, at least in 41. It went through some modifications. But like the Soviets did have tank armies, and they also had these armored groups, or mechanized, or either they were called mechanized or motorized. I think they were mechanized formations. But they were basically a mix of, they did have tanks, but they were a mix of like mobile infantry with mobile artillery and all the other basic needs. And they also had a lot of self-propelled guns. That was what the Soviet army relied upon to like eventually counter the Panzer army, at least in like before they started developing like these really powerful heavy tanks. They basically like focus on volume. I mean, they always did. Even till the end of the war, it was all about volume for the Soviets. So they always wanted to have numerical superiority. They needed to like improve their tank designs, though. I think in 1942, you could have expected like some T-60s. Maybe I can like pull up pictures. I think that would be kind of fun, right? This is more of like a War Thunder, kind of for a War Thunder community. But I think you could expect T-60 Soviet light tank. It's an excellent, it's just like probably, not the T-60 Fallout suit. Oh, that's what we're getting. Okay, T-60 tank. Here we go. There's a picture. It's a tiny Soviet tank. I think it actually had an automatic cannon. It was a Kruv too. But man, like it was an infantry support weapon, and it's like if it was available, it could be used well. Germans found a lot of ways to counter these vehicles, though. But I mean, that was the competition that they were kind of going through, was who would have the advantage. And I do believe there were a few instances in which T-60s did eventually have an effect on the battlefield. 1941, compared to the Panzer III, it's no match to the Panzer III. Then, of course, we got the good old-fashioned Soviet T-34. This is kind of like the workhorse of the Soviet Army. It would have been an early variant like this one. I think this is a 1942 variant. You can tell by the turret. And it's like the tank doesn't have a radio. Most of them don't have radios. It's a high-performing vehicle. Wide tracks, can cover terrain really well. Its gun, it also packs quite a punch. But as far as crew training goes, the fact that they had limited radios tells me that the T-34 was not the all-supreme tank on the battlefield that was going to turn the tide of the war against the German army, because it needed to still go through a number of modifications before it really improved. And the Germans found a lot of ways to counter this tank. I mean, Panzer IIIs could still penetrate the armor of a T-34. It was a more delicate, more complicated situation. Often was the case that these tanks weren't even like hitting their targets. So the Germans had better marksmanship as well. And then, the Germans, like their main tank was the Panzer IV F2, I think, in 1942. And this may be like, I think this is like 80% accurate, by the way. But like this tank here, this was a workhorse of the German, you can call it the Panzerwaffe, the Panzer Force. And I think by 1942, it was starting to emerge as the most effective Eastern Front anti-Soviet platform that they had, besides their pack guns, as far as vehicles go, to counter something like a Soviet tank or a column of Soviet armor. The Panzer IV F2, even some F1s, I think they worked together, but it was the long-barreled 75 mil that had the penetration to penetrate even a T-34 or a KV-1. So it was had a very good gun, is what I'm trying to say. So they started to emerge. I don't think they had many in 1941, maybe a handful. But in 1942, they finally had like hundreds of them, available for several divisions. So presumably in our playthrough, since all our units are built up to full strength, I would guess there's probably somewhere between 500, maybe 1,000, no more than 1,000, I think, F2s, or I think G variants weren't available yet until 43. You can look into all of that, of course, yourselves to figure out like what the specs are on tank history. It's super interesting, of course, but for this game, these are just kind of estimates. That's what I'm trying to say. Any other interesting tanks? KV1s. I'm sure there were some KV1s available. These were beasts. Pretty much the same problems that the T-34 had, just heavier turret, better protection. KV2 packed a serious punch, but again, even more sluggish than the KV1. So anyways, we're going to start this operation. Altogether, how many units are going to participate offensively? My guess is about, the equivalent of about maybe 2.5 million troops. I'm trying to get as many pushing east as I can. So I did do a number of battles in the last video. I think we did attack this position over here. It's not really strategically valuable, I don't think, but I think I decided to go after it because I had all these panzer divisions in abundance. So I think that's what I'm still trying to do. I'm going to send 2 Panzer Corps in. And then I'm also going to send in an infantry unit, if I can, as well. And just go 2 and 2. Don't need to protect this position anymore. They're kind of going offensively. And then I guess we'll start the operation. How many panzers are attacking? Well, we've got 1 panzer army attacking over here. I counted, let's see, 1, 2, okay, only 2 Panzer Corps over there. Over here, I'm seeing, I think there's 3. Okay, so about 5 Panzer Corps in the south. How many troops is that? I think it's about about 100,000 per corps at full strength, right? About 100,000 troops. So I'm thinking maybe like 500,000 troops for the Panzer Army. That's presumably like 3 Panzer Armies, I would think. How many divisions is probably a better question. I think in this game, presumably it's 4 divisions per corps. So if I'm attacking with 5 corps, you're looking at about 19, 20 divisions. Each division, about 15,000 troops, maybe a little bit more, 16,000. So, you're looking at like maybe 300,000 troops, something like that. I think there was more divisions than that, maybe a few more. But the point is, a sizable group. I would say probably 2 Panzer armies is what I would think, not 3. I thought there was 3 here, but I count 1, 2, and then the other 2 are in the north. And so we're attacking with 3 Panzer armies, but I'm not even using... oh, you know what? I think I'm going to change this up a little bit. I'm going to cancel this deployment. And this unit, I guess, I'm just going to move it in like that. Yeah, just move in the infantry first before you start sending in Panzer armies. But I'm just thinking, like, the most logical thing I can do is move as many Panzer armies as I can. So I'm thinking if we're going to attack here in the center, I'm going to attack with 3 Panzer armies, not 2. So this Panzer army is going to actually swing and hit the south like that. That's what I want to see. We're going to try to overrun Kursk. Now, I count like 7 Soviet groups here, maybe about 100,000 per either army or like mech corps group. Right, or like a grouping of like reserves, like operational reserves for the Soviets. I would say you're looking at about maybe 700,000 something around 700,000, maybe to 1,000,000 troops at most. So we'll see like how many German units are actually attacking this sector. I think that'd be really interesting. But I'm going to just send my panzers straight in here. We're just going to go full counterattack where the Soviets dug in. And I'm just going to try to break through. My goal is to smash the Soviet line. I just really want to smash this Soviet line as much as I can. I'm attacking with Army Group A. I'm not even like using Army Group South yet. I'm going to keep that in reserve. I think I'm going to move this corps to Zaporozhye right there. I'm not even going to try to use it for this offensive. Probably put a mech corps there for defensive purposes. Oh, I'll actually keep all these units standing by. Put them all here. And I can expand on the next turn for the blitz phase. That's what I want. So hold on, let's make sure we do that properly. We're just going to cancel the moves of, I guess, just that one unit. Oh, and then these two are going to march west, even though that doesn't make sense. It's only a temporary move, but obviously you want like more units on the move. I'm going to send 2 infantry from Kharkov, attack this position at Belgorod, and then I think I have 2 more Panzer Corps, right? Where is it? Yep, here we go. And I'm going to send this Panzer Army on the southern flank. So we're trying to like do a pincer movement around Kharkov. That's the idea. I don't really like that. I kind of want to smash the whole sector with panzer divisions, is what I'm thinking. But I'm thinking like if I could smash over here, then I can achieve multiple breakthroughs. I'm focusing on 3 areas of a breakthrough. It's not bad. And I can do air support for all 3. That's really what I want to see. That to me is really interesting, to provide as much air support as we can. Ideally, we can like go all out on Kursk. I'm thinking like there's something telling me, indicating that it's not a bad idea to try to go all out on Kursk. But what I think I might do is I might just dump in infantry. That's what I'm thinking. I can send 1 infantry army, and I think I'm going to send in another infantry army as well. Oh, you know what? Dang it. We still need 1 more here. And I think I want, like, actually reserves. I need to swap out. I can't even blitz there. That's a dang shame. Alright, so this unit's... Alright, this unit I think came from Kharkov. Oh, no. It started here. But I'm thinking now I might actually get this Panzer Army. And we're going to smash over here. I'm going to send 2 Panzer Armies there. A river assault with the Panzer Army. I think that's where I'm going to put my airstrike. And then let's see here. We're attacking with 2 Panzer groups over here. That's quite a punch. It's quite a punch. We're just, launching a serious attack over there. I think I'm only going to attack with 1 Panzer Army there. And then this guy will go in. Dang it. So I still need... I feel like I need more infantry reserves right now. I only got 1 infantry in reserve here. I'm also thinking about blitzing, right? I'm also strongly considering a blitz. I'm also thinking of using Army Group A instead. And I think I'm going to blitz with Army Group North here. But if you're going to do all this, dude, like, might as well attack somewhere with all your panzer divisions. That's what I'm thinking. Clearly, we want to have a breakthrough here somewhere in the south. The only problem I see right now is that attacking Belgorod is not supported by any combat on the Blitz phase, so we can only attack it once. And I'm just thinking, why do that when there's a perfectly good area that we could attack with our Panzers and Blitz? So yeah, I'm kind of rethinking this whole plan. I guess the bottom line is I still don't know what to do with the Panzer army. I'm still trying to figure that out. I think now is the time to figure out what I want to do. I'm thinking like, let's try to encircle Belgorod, I guess. I do want to attack with 2 Panzer armies here. So I guess I don't understand why I'm sending this Panzer division across the river. It doesn't make sense to me, that move. I'm pretty sure one of these units moved. I'm not sure which one it was. But yeah, 2 of them like pulled back. So I think this infantry army can like do a river assault there. I think we still want to have a river assault if I can. Maybe I keep a Panzer division in reserve. I could, but I kind of want like my Panzer divisions to always be fighting every time. So yeah, I think we are going to go for that ambitious river assault. And I guess just send another infantry over like that. And then as far as reserves go, I mean, I don't think we should pull back this unit just yet. I think I'm going to send this unit actually over to Mariupol right there. And then we need some group of units to defend Voroshilograd. Not necessarily. If we just abandon Voroshilograd, it just means that we're not going to be able to pull out or something. We're not going to be able to attack. My brain is like, I'm trying to do it like all the calculating. But like something, one group is going to attack another group is what I'm trying to get at. Eventually, inevitably, it will be the Soviets if we don't do anything, right? But I'm thinking, like, if we're going to break through, I mean, I think I just have to accept the fact that I have to leave this cluster of units over here in a very vulnerable position at the mouth of Ukraine. But I need to hold the line, protect this industrial basin from Soviet counterattacks. So I'm thinking the best thing to do is just have a good defense, while offensively we can attack other areas and then eventually send the Panzer divisions down south. That's what I'm thinking. We have Rostov secured, but like right now I'm just trying to focus on a breakthrough, it looks like. But I think just being ready to leave about 2 infantry units behind is what I want to see. Alright, so yeah, we are trying. I think I'm going to send 1 infantry unit up north. And then, yeah. Alright, this attack actually looks pretty good now. I'm going to send this armored unit, both Panzer divisions are going all in. And then I got like these infantry units in reserve. I got a whole infantry army in reserve, which is nice. I'm not going to like stack up, 4-stack that area here. I think that's ridiculous. We're not, I mean, sending another infantry unit, I mean, they're great and all. You may roll some 6s, but chances are you're not going to score anything. So I'm thinking just have this army in reserve. Any breakthrough points, we can pour in some more troops. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm really excuse me. I'm really expecting a breakthrough at Kursk. Like I'm actually going into Kursk. I'm not trying to flank it. I was hoping to encircle it. We have this powerful northern attack here, but like I don't see much else happening. We maybe should consider making an attack on Orel as well. A lot of options is the the main takeaway. Oh, I can move 2 more Panzer armies. Huh. Well, yeah, we'll send those in. Send the Panzer army in. I was thinking about maybe transferring another Panzer army down south, but I don't think I have to. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 Panzer armies attacking. They're all attacking. That's what I want to see. Apparently I have 1 more up here. I have like another Panzer army. And I could just leave it there for defensive purposes. Or I could try to strategically move it down south. You got different options there. I think I want to use it as in a defensive position, you know, to like at least keep a Soviet breakthrough from happening. But like maybe I could try to use them in some kind of strategic reserve. If I had another army group here, I could use it in a local way to do some kind of local counteroffensive. I'm sure that is possible in the game. But for now, I don't think I'm going to do anything like that. We have a relatively good defense. It's not the best, but it's basically bare minimum of what we need to hold off whatever the Soviets can throw at us. And I think we can like kind of respond. So that's a pretty good defensive setup. 6 strategic moves. I'm not sure what I want to do. I just want to make sure I have air support everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's going to be it right there. But I only have 1, 2, 3 HQs. I only have 3 HQs activated. So I got to pick where I want to air support. I think we're going to air support this northern flank. I think I'm going to have to accept that Kursk may be like a bit of a grind. But the idea is that we have enough reserves to swap as many troops as we need in and out. That's the main point. And I think we do. We have 3 infantry. That's it. I think we need more reserves than that. But I'm going to attack. Yeah, I'm going to attack with 3 units. I could attack with 2, but I'll attack with 3. They're not going to be used for anything else other than hold down that group. But we need like more infantry reserves to swap out. So we'll see how it goes. I'm pretty confident that this is going to be a successful German operation, but I just want to like really optimize for like breakthrough operations and things like that. I think I'm going to keep this. I'm only going to attack with 2 units. No, I think we should attack with 3. Because who knows how strong the Soviet defenses are. So there's that. I'm also going to do some operations on the Western Front. I'm going to activate OKW. Also activate this Italian HQ. Or Theater HQ. And we're just going to pull back our units. Just like that. And I think the game plan right now is that when the Allies approach, we'll launch a full-out counteroffensive against them. And that will be our final stance in North Africa, it looks like. If we don't succeed at doing something, inevitably the British are going to take Libya, it looks like. So that's it. That's what I wanted to do on the Western Front. Let's do these battles finally. Where do I want to attack with air power? I think we're going to attack here. Airstrike. I think I wanted to attack here as well. Another airstrike on the flank of Kursk. And then the third one, oddly enough, I want to attack up here in the north. Because I want to make sure that whatever we're up against, this may be the hardest battle of the whole fight. Oh, let's do some sort of supreme moves. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the panzer divisions down south. Like so. And then I guess this guy will move up. Like I say, it's not the best defense, but it should work. No, I think we'll keep that guy static. I think I'll move him down south as well. And the idea is that if we can rotate more units, maybe rotate infantry units, you never know. Let's move another infantry unit. That's 4 supreme moves. So I can like rotate infantry units. I could possibly do another round of battle over here. I don't think I can. It's not gonna have combat support, so that's not really necessary. 3 supreme moves there. I'm also gonna reinforce Romania. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. What else? That's 4 supreme moves. Any other moves? Any other reinforcements? No, we did a good job of moving around reinforcements. I could try to move this 44th. I'm going to keep it as a reserve over there. Maybe move it to Veliki Luki. Not a bad idea. I think it's going to... I'm going to leave it there in the no for now. I think the line is pretty stable. But, like, I may have to be aware of Soviet operations. And there's no other supreme move I want to do. So I did 3, 4. I guess that doesn't matter. I can 5. Just do it anyways. And then one more. I don't know. I don't see anywhere that requires attention. Probably wanted to defend Nikolaev. So I'm thinking like maybe we pull back. No, I think what we need to do is contest Perekop, protect Melitopol from an amphibious invasion that would cut us off. You need 2 units here. I'm missing a unit. That's the problem. And we would still need a 3rd unit to protect Nikolaev. 3 units. We only have 1 at the moment. Need 2 more German units to like reinforce this sector, just kind of fortify it a little bit, it looks like. And I would leave those troops like around, I would think. That would be the best use. I mean, our setup is pretty good. It's a little fragile, but like this Romanian army, if the Soviets do land in Nikolaev, which they can't right now, but if they do, or if they land in Melitopol, I mean, they can take Zaporozhye, it looks like, but they're not going to get supplies to it. But they, you know, we don't have any unit defending it. But that's probably the best place to leave a German unit. And also got to be careful with Mariupol, and just be careful with like this whole junction here. Although our supply lines go more north, the whole setup is odd. But let's do the battles. I think I've spoken enough. Let's do the battles. All right, starting with this one with the north. 2 hits from airstrikes. That's what I'm talking about. I kind of want to track Soviet casualties. I think that would be good. 1942 summer Soviets. 2 so far. Axes are the same. All right. Soviets are going to retaliate. Some double fire. I think they scored 2 hits. Yep. 2 hits against the Germans. That's no problem. That's why we attack with 2 German infantry corps, so that we can take those hits. Now the panzer divisions are going to roll, scoring only 1 hit. Boo. Infantry scores another hit. We'll take that. So what is that? I think it's 4 for the Soviets, 2 for the Axis. And yeah, I mean, the Soviets can't keep up with that. You're looking at about 100,000 Soviet casualties already. So I would say that was an operational win for the Axis. Let's do the next battle. We're not attacking Orel, which is kind of odd. We probably should, but the Soviets could probably counterattack, try to break through, but it's going to be hard for them to break through. But it is a weak point in our defensive line for sure. Anyways, we're attacking here south of Orel. Soviets only have cavalry defending. Airstrikes do nothing. Soviet defenders do get away with 1 hit against our infantry. Let's see what the panzer divisions can do. Only 1 hit. Infantry, nothing. Alright, so I think the last game that we played, the dice were much more successful. We're attacking Kursk with no air support. Let's see what we're up against. 2 shock armies. Oh my gosh. Oh, there it is. 4 Soviet hits against our Germans. 4. So now we're at 7 casualties for the Axis. Oh, I think the Soviets are at 5. Yeah, these numbers may not be exactly right, but technically the Axis have sustained more losses. Let's see what the Panzer divisions can do. They do retaliate with 2 hits. Not bad. But as you can tell, I mean, we're in for a slugfest at Kursk. Let's see the Battle of Belgorod. 2 Soviet armies defending, standard units. They score 2 hits. Nice. I mean, that actually pisses me off. But hey, see what the Axis can do. Only 1 hit. So the Soviets, operational win for the Soviets. That basically means like the Axis literally sustained more casualties in presumably a few days of fighting. This is the first wave of combat, but you know, what's up with that? I mean, I would guess that Soviet intelligence just was very prepared for the German offensive. Crossing the Donets River, Kupiansk, let's see, cavalry, 3 cavalry divisions, they score a hit, and they repulse. So that was a success. Soviet defense there. I mean, you couldn't ask for better Soviet die rolls on this turn. Alright, and now this battle here, let's see how this goes. Air power is going to roll. 1 hit. Soviets are going to roll. 1 hit as well. But basically, Germans still have some kind of firepower initiative here. Panzer Division scored 2 hits. German infantry scored nothing. So it looks like, overall, the Germans are making success. I could have included some Soviet casualties there. I think it was another, what, like 4? So yeah, the Soviets are sustaining more losses overall. But I haven't seen any German breakthroughs compared to our last game, which we had a stunning breakthrough. I don't even remember what it was like. But anyways, let's do the Blitz phase now. I'm excited for the Blitz phase. Not actually as hopeful as I was initially as far as the German success was concerned, but you know, they have such a numerical advantage that even if they're failing at these micro levels, they were able to inflict enough losses to, like, you know, fracture the Soviet line, right? I mean, 250,000 casualties is significant. That's 250,000 troops. These are big battles. And I think as far as dice rolls are concerned, I mean, I think if you're attacking, if you can just sustain the casualty rate and you have the numerical advantage, presumably you're bound to win. And I think right now the Panzer divisions, only at Kursk where they really blunted, but they did make some headway. But they still have these 2 massive Soviet shock armies to go toe-to-toe with. That's probably going to be the most decisive battle, I think, of all the micro battles that are happening right now. I think that's going to be the most decisive one, other than, like, yeah, I think it's the most important one. So anyways, let's do the Blitz phase. It's really just a matter of swapping in bad infantry for good infantry. That's it. So I'm just going to swap in. Oh, actually, I don't have to pull this guy out. I can leave him there and just stack up on infantry. For Kursk, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send in 2 strong infantry, 2 full strength. Ideally, could have sent in another Panzer Corps. And then I'm going to pull out the 2 understrength infantry. That's the idea. This way, you know, we have 1 more round of combat where we can attack with, like, full strength infantry. At that point, our offensive capabilities are going to be, like, reduced unless we send in more reinforcements, which I think we will do shortly. But I want to keep a army in reserve basically at all times. I just want to swap in more infantry. That's it. I think I can only do 1 in, 1 out at the moment. So I'll put in the 52nd. I'm going to pull out. Actually, let's send the 52nd in from this flank. And then I'm going to pull out, I think, the 2nd here. I'll probably pull out the mech. I think that might be a little wiser. Pull out the mech. Put it over Shilovrad. I'm going to put the 49th Mountain Corps there as well. And I got like 2 more units here available for offensive operations. I could try another river assault at Kupiansk, is what I'm thinking. Let's go for it. Do I have a panzer army that I can send in? Let's send it in. Oh, I do have one more panzer group. I'm thinking maybe we send that panzer group at Kursk. That's what I'm thinking. There is the risk that we sustain heavy casualties, but or we just attack with what we got and just send some air power in and have them do the job. We need air power in the north as well, so I think I'm going to focus my offensive though on Kursk. I'm going to accept the fact that our chances of breaking through here are very low, even if we do at this point. I mean, the Soviets have time to pull back. So I'm thinking let's try to stack up on Kursk, send some air power in, and really grind down those Soviet shock armies. And then as far as this offensive, I mean, we'll just send in a mech group in here. Cavalry won't be able to escape. And then I guess we'll leave this 54th Corps in Stalino, and that's it. It's responsible for protecting this whole southern flank. But that's all I got. And then I'll put the Army Group South HQ at Kharkov. But let's do it. I'm going to put airstrike on Kupiansk here. I really want to see the Axis succeed there. And then, I mean, if we can smash these last 3 remaining units, I'm pretty confident the Panzer Corps can do that by themselves. And then the main battle I want to see is succeed is Kursk. I don't want the Soviets to dominate that sector. So anyways, let's do this battle here in the north. No hits. Panzers get to roll. That's the breakthrough I was looking for. Panzers do score, and the infantry follow up. We get 6 hits. 5 hits, rather. All this is gone, just like that, without even air support. So we just smashed the Soviets. I think that's the equivalent of 7 steps, including the cadre. Yeah, that was 5 plus 2 more. So the Soviet casualties have effectively doubled just from that one loss. Battle of Kursk, let's see. Nothing from the air support, dang it. Soviets fire. And they score good hits. 5 hits this time on the Germans. 3, 4, 5. Dang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Panzer Corps took a hit. The infantry are just totally smashed. So casualties and Axis have risen. But we still have a little bit of firepower left from the Panzer Corps. They scored 3 hits. That's all we needed. Followed by the infantry. No hits. So 3 hits. 1, 2, 3. Is that right? Did I do that right? 1, yeah. So as far as combat power goes, both sides are pretty well matched right now. Soviet casualties are overall higher, about 1.5 times higher, and the bottom line is that the German army has enough offensive momentum to overwhelm the Soviet defensive position. So they did not do a 1941 breakthrough, but they did have operational success despite the heavy German casualties. We could do another battle at Belgrade. I think we don't because our infantry are just under strength, so I'm not going to attack. Let's attack Kupiansk. Air support, no hits. Cavalry, 1 repulse. That's going to be our Panzer Corps that gets repulsed. Now the mech fire. No hits. Dang it. But we did succeed. River assault. Final battle. Soviets do score 1 more hit. And then the Panzer Corps are now rolling. They score 3 hits. Just like that. Nice. Alright, so we've made good progress. Inflicted significant Soviet casualties at significant losses of our own. I think the Axis are at about maybe 300,000 right now, which is substantial. The Soviets are at over 600,000, presumably. So 2 to 1 in casualties, it would appear. But 2 breakthroughs. It took a while, but we did succeed. We did successfully have a river crossing, and it looks like the northern flank is also smashed. So that's it for the Axis, I'm pretty sure. Oh, let's do some movements here in the north that I kind of forgot to do. I can't really swap these units out, unfortunately. I guess I'll keep them as a reserve. Something like that. So this is kind of an interesting gamble. I'm going to leave the fortress unit totally undefended. Now, it's pretty much the equivalent of 3 units, but it doesn't have that much firepower. It does have triple fire, though, so presumably it's the equivalent of, like, a whole another army that's right there. I think it would be better if we left it with 1 unit protecting it, is what I'm thinking. But we need more units in the north. We need another unit up here in the north. I mean, this position in the north is not that strategically important. I mean, we could even pull back. That might be better. Just pull back a unit or two. I guess I'll do something like that. Leave this Panzer Corps in reserve. And then this infantry unit, you know what? I'm going to put it here. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to leave it up like that. Our line is super thin in this north. It's very vulnerable to a Soviet offensive. I think the Soviets, you know, maybe we will attack with the Soviets. But yeah, I'm thinking Germans pretty much got what they sought out to do. I'm going to now switch over to the Soviet side real quick. So I'm definitely playing a lot slower. Let's see, I know it got dark. Okay, you can still see me, but it's pretty dark. Alright, so Soviet side, let's see how this goes. Pretty bad situation for the Red Army overall. Definitely not great, not terrible. Maybe before I kind of jump to the Soviets, let's just quickly do the British side, kind of take a break from the Eastern Front briefly, and quickly, like, just see what the British have planned over here. I think the British are going to wait. I'm going to wait till we build up this HQ at full strength. It's kind of like going on a crusade to take Tripoli, but it's like, unfortunately, our supply lines are vulnerable. That's what I'm seeing. Because the Axis can, at any point, do an amphibious landing. Well, actually, you know, if they take Tobruk, doesn't matter. We don't have to fortify Tobruk, I don't think. Even if they land in Tobruk, our supplies can go through sea. And we'll still be in sea supplies if we control Benghazi, so that's good. That's really good. Thinking about, maybe the Axis could land there. We just need to leave 1 unit behind. Point is, I'm thinking we can deploy this unit further west. So who do I want to be in reserve? For now, it's going to be the Western Desert Force, because it's only a level 2. But if I can build it up, then I will use the Anzac troops as a reserve. And then all these other units, the 10th Army, 30th Corps, the 13th Corps as well, and the Western Desert Force, that's 4 units, plus the Field HQ, should be enough to overwhelm whatever the Axis have here. We're going to have to wait and see, but, you know, the Axis, they do have quite a punch. They got 2 Panzer Corps, 2, like, Mech Corps, basically. We have 3, and we have 1 more infantry. So both sides are pretty evenly matched. I'm sure we have slight firepower advantage and whatnot. Um, but I'm thinking for now we can just wait. Let's just try to build up these 3 units in particular. Try to build them up before we push forward. I mean, we've got 3 units here that are at full strength. It's certainly, I would say, worth attacking if we can. With these full strength infantry units, like, how are we not going to attack? But the problem is that I don't think we can sustain attacks very well. And the supply situation is abysmal. It's terrible. But like I think we can at least move 1 unit. Let's just do that. Just move 1 unit. The 10th. Let's put it in LL Galia like that. Secure that town for good. And if the Axis want to counterattack, they sure can. I mean, this would be the time for them to counterattack, but I don't think they're going to. These units were mobile units. Whatever is here is probably a militia unit. And I just want to get these units in position for some kind of offensive to take. First we're going to go for Sirte. Then after Sirte, like, push on to Misurata, and then, like, one at a time, we had to take all these towns because the logistics are a mess. So it's not gonna. It might take longer, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, that's the only strategic move I'm gonna do for the British. Now we can go to the Soviets. If you're enjoying this, you can give the video a like or comment. Let me know if you've made it this far in the video. We're pretty long. I think we're like past the hour mark, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to keep it going. Feel free to watch this video in like parts. Maybe I'll put that in the actual video details, right? Like the sections. And I guess we'll do that by Fortnight, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I might try to do that. I think that'd be useful for you. But like, I probably should break this video up into smaller videos, is what I'm thinking, rather than having like one super long video. So my best advice is, this is wargaming. We take our time. Some people play much faster than I do. But like, it's one of those things, since I'm playing the game solo, I'm sure if I was playing with somebody, we would probably play a bit faster. But since we're doing solo, I'm playing both sides, the game definitely slows down a bit. But I'm still enjoying it. I'm sure you're enjoying it too. So, yep, thank you for watching. I appreciate your comments in the videos. But with that said, let's actually do the Soviet turn. So let's get into the Stavka mindset. This is an emergency. I mean, I would be putting sirens. Alarms are going off. Like paper documentation. I mean, Stavka is like just booked with information overload. They just lost the equivalent of, I believe, 3 Soviet armies. They lost 1 here. They lost another here. They lost 2 Soviet armies and some Soviet corps. That's what I understand. Let's see. No, they lost 2 Soviet armies and 2 Soviet corps. 2 Soviet armies have been shattered. And the remaining ones are at their breaking point, or about to be. They're basically about to be at their breaking point, and there's no indications of signs showing that the Axis are going to lose momentum. But the battle of Kursk, we did inflict significant casualties on the Germans. I mean, they need reinforcements if they want to take Kursk. But they already smashed in the northern flank, so it's a gaping hole. So the game plan is simple. We're just going to strategically withdraw everything, pull everything out. The nice thing about these shock armies is that we can move them by rail. And we can just pull them out, load them up on the trains. Battle's done. Pack up your things. And we're literally going to ship this army to the east. That's it. I don't really have much else planned. This one will follow. Maybe I'll send it this way. Point is, I think we're going to have both armies rendezvous somewhere around there. I mean, I don't want to have any inner strength units at the front line. It's basically the main takeaway. I may not need to activate the Western HQ. I already did 2 strategic moves. Here's a third one. Let's pull back the 28th Corps. And I kind of wanted to fall back to, ideally, Tula would be the most reasonable thing. But I think I'm going to send it over here to, what is this, Yelets? Oh, Ryazsk. Yeah. But the idea is, what's the idea? We're just trying to pull our units back from this gaping flank and establish a new defensive line. The new defensive line is now officially Tula. So I am going to have to activate this Western HQ so I can pull back. I think I'm going to pull back this cluster here because its flank is totally exposed. The problem is that I think I can only pull back a couple units at a time. I don't think I can pull back all 4 units. That's a big problem. If I can only pull back 3 units, that kind of sucks. But I'm thinking the Shock Army, probably Shock Army should be the one that stays behind, frankly. Or maybe leave behind a Panzer Army. I think that may be the best move. Just leave behind a Soviet Panzer Army, Panzer Corps, and they'll be a rear guard. They're basically guaranteed to be destroyed. But at least they put in a good fight. That's what I'm thinking. Kind of like an unnecessary sacrifice, in my opinion. But it beats the heck out of having all our armies get destroyed. And these formations are replaceable. I mean, they should be replaceable. But, like, I don't think I have anything left. So anyways, I pulled back 3 units. I'm going to put the Soviet shock armies, or rather tank armies, on standby. These 2 first and second tank armies are moving to Ryazsk as well. And that is going to be our main defensive line, I think. We're also going to activate this Ukrainian HQ. I think we're also going to move back this HQ over here. I mean, the whole situation is a clusterfuck, if you ask me. We need to evacuate as many units as we can. We really do. How many strategic moves have I spent? I think I spent 3, was it? I don't think... Oh, this was by rail, yeah. I spent 3 so far. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, where else do I need to put more units? But, like, I gotta be prepared to defend Moscow. And right now, our defensive line is really super vulnerable. I'm thinking, like, this tank army is too damn valuable for me to just abandon like that. I don't know. I think I just want to preserve the infantry armies as much as possible. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm pulling back the infantry, not the armor. But these tank armies, though, I will use in a different way, I hope. But yeah, the whole thing is a mess. I don't have enough units to, like, fill in the entire front line, I don't think. This guy can go to Pavlov. I'm going to pull back this infantry and have it fall back to Voronezh. The only unit that I'm not pulling back right now is Kordisk, and I'm thinking because there's just no hope. If we pull back, we're going to get slaughtered. They're gonna destroy us. I'd rather have them sit there and fight, you know, and just hold out the city of Kursk. They're gonna get encircled. They pretty much are encircled at this point. But I'm thinking, like, it's better than nothing. Our defensive line is super paper thin. Okay, I'm gonna put another Panzer Army, I think, here, like that, and then I should have another. Yep. HQ right there, that we want to see, and then this last HQ is gonna have to retreat to Voronezh. So I'm counting a lot. I think this 8th Army is gonna be the one that does the rear guard. There was like a battle marker. There it is. That's the rear guard battle. Technically, it's over here. And then we'll deactivate this. I could try to pull these guys out to fall back. I probably should. The problem is that I don't have much of a defense here for Stalingrad. That's also not good. I think I just may have to spread these units out as much as I can. But the road to... If I do this, the road to... this should be a full string. The road to Stalingrad is now open, kind of. We're defending the towns leading up to Leningrad, and we're just putting some distance between us and the enemy. We do have at least a defense of this river assault, so it's not a bad move. It's kind of an interesting move, actually. I kind of like it. But yeah, everything else is pretty much freaking disaster for all I care. We got to be really careful too with like the flanks of Voronezh. I'm gonna put this armored units there, I think, or maybe I'll put it in Grigazi as a strategic reserve. But like we are paper thin, especially here in the center, which is probably where the enemy is gonna converge. That's what happened in the last game, right? They converged here. We just didn't have enough density to retreat. I'm thinking like maybe the better move here is to blitz retreat. Abandon Voronezh, as stupid as that sounds. Abandon it entirely. Because yeah, the Germans are in range of everything. You know, so we could try to defend here. I think we should. I might even send the first tank army there to defend the flank of Voronezh. The only problem I see with this setup is that we need one more unit to defend, I think, the southern flank of Voronezh too. That's also really vulnerable. And, I mean, they could converge on that position just as much as they could converge on the northern position. And they can always just flank. They can always just, like, literally flank over here. So I'm thinking, like, maybe this armored, this mech unit should move up north. So I'm thinking this guy here can stay on the flank like that. It's better than nothing. And I do need one more unit to converge on this position. I think it might be this one. Do I just accept the fact that Stalingrad is wide open to attack? That seems like a bad move to me. Anyways, we've done 3 strategic moves, so I can do a few more. I'm thinking, we gotta put another unit. Ideally, if I had a shock army in reserve, I'd dump a fatty shock army right there in Pavlovsk. And it's like, yeah, bring it. You guys want to attack, bring it on. That's what these tank armies are supposed to be like, but I'm sending them to a defensive position. That to me is very like much a no-no. These units need to act as strategic reserves. I'm sorry, they cannot just be all willy-nilly about. No, this shock army I think will stay here. It's like, dang it, our line is super vulnerable. It's terrifically vulnerable. We didn't have enough units to fall back with. But I think overall we've got a decent plan here. It's not the best, but it's not bad. I'm going to keep the shock army in reserve, both shock armies in reserve. Whatever the Germans throw at us, I want to be able to counterattack with a solid punch. Anyways, I got one more strategic move, or like 2 more strategic moves left, right? So what should I do? I'm thinking like, if we can't hold on to Kamensko, try to defend these other areas nearby. Stalingrad would probably be the most logical thing to fall back to. Just send our units to Stalingrad. The Germans obviously have this rail link road directly open to Stalingrad. We're inviting them to take Stalingrad. And I'm just thinking, like, that's not the best move right now. Maybe I gotta move this guy by rail as well to the north, like that. Oh my gosh. I got 1 strategic move left. And then, I guess, send this guy to Kamensko. Leave the poor 5th Army all by itself to protect this whole sector. I mean, they're not going to be able to hold the line. They're going to get overwhelmed, but it's better than nothing. And I guess it will slow them, Germans, down just enough so that they can't reach Stalingrad. That's the theory. But they could actually blitz and potentially take Stalingrad. I've done 4 strategic moves. I did 5, 6, or 3, 5, 6. I got one more. Or, you know what I mean. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be the 6th. It's a weird move. I don't like it. It's inviting the fall of Stalingrad, but I'm thinking what it buys is a much more stable defense here in the center, so that it's not easy for the Germans to break through, I don't think. Like, I want to have a little bit of density here for my operations, for my ground forces. So yeah, not great, not terrible, straight up. But that's it. No more strategic moves available. But we do have a solid defense, it looks like, across the most vulnerable sector of the front. So that's kind of cool. Oh, we got to do this battle here, the pursuit. Oh, and they just totally annihilated an entire Soviet army, rearguard army. Alright, so the Soviets suffer 29. It's 2-1. I mean, this has been a victory for the Axis, pretty much. Alright, let's move on to the next fortnight, and let's see what we have in store for the Axis. You know, but yeah, that was hard. That was stressful. No, it wasn't that stressful, but it was definitely weird. Freaking just a stunning German victory. This is the 2nd time. I mean, the statistics are kind of speaking for themselves. I mean, the Soviets have effectively lost over 500,000 troops. But they have a new defensive line, a new strategic defensive line, the Don River, and it looks meaty. It does not look like an easy line to penetrate. So what are we going to do with the Germans? That's the main question. And I think we're just going to preserve our HQs. We're not going to go all out, launch another like massive blitzkrieg. I don't think it's necessary. I think what we need to do is recover our casualties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I count about 15, the equivalent of 15 infantry steps worth of replacements, maybe even 16. You're looking at about a whole turn worth of production just spent on the infantry. And we still need to build up our HQs, the ones that we're blitzing. We blitzed twice. You know, those need some time to build up as well. So that's about 20, 30 production, another. So I think we need maybe like 2 turns to fully recover our casualties, fully recover our HQs before we launch another operation. Now, we do have like operational momentum, but the question is where do we want to direct it? I have my Army Group Center located at Kharkov, and it's in a good position to basically command the entire front, this very wide front, command all the units there and have them mobilizing. So it's not really a turn to necessarily launch a concentrated attack anywhere, but it's more really to expand and take advantage of the territory. And so I think the main target is still Moscow, very well could be. And I really am thinking that the best course of action to do right now is to prepare for an attack on Moscow. But we gotta, you know, that's only between you and you, the viewer, and me, the wargamer. All right, so let's see what we're gonna do. I think the first thing we should do is go for Tula. Like, don't give any time for the Soviets to be able to fortify Tula. Let's go for Tula. Now, I could send the 41st and the 46th Panzer Corps in direct pursuit and go all out on Ryazk. The only thing I got to be careful about is the Soviet counterattack. I'm not going to do that. But if I was a reckless German panzer commander of some kind, yeah, maybe that's what I would do. Or maybe I can send these panzer corps into Tula as well. Not a bad idea. There's a few problems with that. I think the first problem I see, the most obvious one, is that, there's other sectors of the front to attack if we want to make attacks on Moscow. And the thing is, the Soviets, even though the Soviet defenses are limited, right? I'm not seeing 4 stacks anywhere near Moscow. They're still going to take time to grind down. And we're not really in a position to fully grind down the Soviet defenses. At least I don't think we are. Maybe we can start though. But obviously we give away our plan of where are we going to attack. The Soviets don't know if we're going to attack Moscow or not at the moment. But if we do decide to attack right now, it may be an attack that's a bit too early. I'm thinking let's wait, take our time, and prepare to strike on Moscow decisively when already other parts along the front have already been taken. So I'm thinking the best thing to do right now, if I want combat support there, all I gotta do is deploy Army Group South here. And now it can combat support Tula. Nice. And then it can also combat support this area over here, which is west of Tula. Basically cut off Orel and circle Orel, which I think is a very real possibility. So let's see what I can do. I'm going to move in 2 Panzer Corps. And then I'm going to pull out the infantry. But I want to full stack that area, basically, is the idea. And I guess I'll put both infantry in Vyazma. Right now I'm attacking with all full-strength units with 3 Panzer Corps. So this is a very large panzer army, basically. It's the only one that's directly west of Moscow. Actually, that's not true. We have another one here, basically in reserve, or only 1 Panzer Corps, rather. And we have another one that's striking on Tula. So I think the idea is if we can take Tula quickly, take Tula decisively, there is no need to worry about attacking, whatchamacallit, Moscow. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that Tula is the most important battle right now in the campaign, because depending on how long it takes to take Tula, it's going to sort of decide whether or not we can take Moscow. Tula is the only other industrial city outside of Kalinin that is around the Moscow district. You've got the Kaluga itself, that's a major, or I guess it's a small city, not a major city. So it's a small city, so it's a densely populated area, but the main center, that's within the perimeter of the Soviet defense is Tula, right? And it's the same size as Stalingrad, at least in this game, it's the same size. So it could very well be another Stalingrad, and it's I don't want another Stalingrad in this game. We did very well at Leningrad. That was definitely a clash, but we needed operational momentum of some kind preserved if you want to take the city decisively. And it's kind of the equivalent of a numerical advantage, but I don't think it's purely numerical. I think it's a firepower advantage, however way you can measure that. But in the case of these German armies in 1942, I would argue that it was air power that still granted them that extra edge that they needed. It was a combination of a number of things, but air power was still very relevant. So was the strength of the Panzer Corps. How many tanks were available for these operations? I'm not exactly sure how many German tanks are here. I think I heard something either 125 or 25 Panzer IIIs per German division, or either regiment or Panzer battalion. It's one of those. I think it's 125 per Panzer division, which actually makes a lot of sense. You've got, maybe 9 battalions, 9 Panzer battalions. 125 divided by 9 is what? About 12? So about 12 tanks per battalion. I mean, these figures are just right off the top of my head, but I think it might be something like that. Point I'm trying to make, if that's the case, we got about 8 divisions times 125. You're looking at about 1,000 tanks right now attacking Tula. That's what I'm talking about. And it still may not be enough to take it, but I think if you look at like the statistics for Stalingrad, I don't think the German army was at any point larger than like 600,000 troops. I don't think. It was about 4 to 5 corps, including like Romanian units and Hungarian units and Italian units. I mean, depending on like which part of Army Group B was it that was attacking Stalingrad, it was not a full-sized German like a task force. It was a relatively, I would say, small task force compared to what like you saw later on in the war. I guess it was a good size numerically, but as far as equipment goes, I know that they were very limited on tanks. They still had air support though, and that was one of the key advantages that they actually did have, was air supports. But yeah, we're talking with 2 full-strength Panzer Corps, about 8 Panzer divisions, maybe 9, each one with about 125 tanks. If you do the math on that, you're looking, I don't know if it's 125 or 25, but that's telling me that there's 1,000 tanks here. That might be too much. Especially if you have about 10 German Panzer Corps. I would presume that with like, let's say 11 Panzer Corps, however many divisions that is, maybe about 40 to 50 Panzer divisions, or including Panzer and motorized infantry divisions as well. 40 to 50, with 125 tanks per division, like how many tanks is that total? I kind of want to do the math on that. 125 times 25? 24? No. It was like 45, right? That according to my calculations, that's about 5,000 tanks, operational tanks on the Eastern Front. Those figures actually might be somewhat closer to reality. It may be more, or maybe less. It may be more, maybe less. But I think that's like total tanks, not necessarily operational tanks. Only maybe about 60% of that may be like actual operational tanks for the German army, as far as how they organize their like supply lines and whatnot. They had a lot of spare parts, or they had a lot of like incomplete maintained vehicles, because it was such a logistical mess. And that never really seemed to change. I don't know the exact figures on that. I would have to go to some kind of archive in Berlin or something, or find a historian who's doing that kind of research, and ask them A, how are they doing the research, and B, what are the figures? How many operational panzers were operational at any given day or any given week or any given month of the year on the Eastern Front? That's what I'm wondering. And it's I know for Operation Barbarossa, it was about 3,000 to 4,000 tanks. That included Panzer IIs, the Czech light tanks, the P-38s, I think is what they're called. P-38Ts, or P-38Es maybe. But they are these light tanks that were really good designs, actually. They seem to be pretty effective vehicles. Not the best, not the worst, but they got the job done. Similar in stats to a Panzer III, but I don't think it had as much armor. But mobility and radio and, command control system, they were very organized. Point is, it was about 3,000 to 4,000 tanks for Operation Barbarossa. Presumably, by 1942, they may have had a few more reinforcements sent in. So what I'm calculating may be more or less right. It might be just 100 tanks. It might just be 100 tanks, for all I know. But anyways, 4,500, maybe only about 60% of that is operational. So you're looking at about 3,000, maybe 2,000. I think this time we had a lot of tanks. You know, they're all at full strength, so I would probably put it like at 85%. 0.85 rather. $3,825. Presumably they would have had less Panzer IIs and more Panzer IIIs. So I think that number is actually pretty reasonable. So, I mean, 1/12 of that, I guess you divide that by 12. And I calculate like 318 tanks. So I'm not sure where I'm getting this number from, but presumably it's about 9 divisions here. So that's about 35 tanks per, specifically I think it's 35 Panzer IIIs. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what the numbers are here, but it may have been 25 tanks per division. It was something from David Glantz, but I had to look that up. I don't know if it was 125 or 25. I'm pretty sure it was 125 Panzer IIIs per division. And I think for Operation Barbarossa, they had like 35 divisions. So you multiply that by 125, maybe 38 divisions. You know, 4,000. I mean, that figure might be a little high. I guess I want to know now, how many Panzer divisions for Operation Barbarossa? I now really want to know. 17 tank divisions. Oh my gosh. Much less. So yeah, I think it was 125. 125 times 17. I think the motorized infantry divisions, or rather the motorized infantry corps, I believe is what it was. Either corps or divisions. I think I had one tank regiment. One panzer regiment, I believe they had. Or it may have been one mechanized regiment. And then the rest were motorized infantry. But yeah, 2,000 tanks times 17. Yeah, so I think the figures are, yeah, it was 125. According to this, I have 9 divisions here, though. I mean, how many divisions do I have on the Eastern Front total? According to what I have here, it's like, I think times 11. It's more than what we had historically. How many motorized infantry? I think that's all they had. They didn't have like mechanized divisions. No, it says 94 infantry divisions. Okay. How many divisions for Operation Barbarossa? Curious to know. It says 138, okay. So 94 of those were motorized, or rather standard infantry. I know there's like another 30 or so that were, apparently 17 were tank. The other remaining were probably motorized infantry. They don't tell you. I asked very specifically. It tells me about infantry divisions. Doesn't tell me about motorized infantry. How many motorized divisions? I think that's what they call them, maybe. Oh, 5 motorized divisions. That's it. Okay, and then how many Panzer, I guess. They are Panzer divisions. It's telling me 17. That seems too low. 17 Panzer divisions. Damn, that's not even 20%. Each Panzer division had 191 tanks. Wow. There was a Panzer division with 265 tanks at one point. Yeah, that seems within the standard deviation. "19 Panzer divisions, 5 motorized, that's like 20-some Panzer divisions, 94 infantry, that's still like, we're still missing like 20 divisions. What would be the other remaining divisions? I have no idea. Maybe cavalry? I think it was only like 1 cavalry division. Let's see. This question is like very, like should be simpler than this. What division types? I know that Glance has answers on this. Types were for Operation Barbarossa. I want to know the types of divisions. 3 motorized, 5 Panzer, 4 motorized. He's talking about a specific group. Oh, with 3 motorized corps. Oh, Kleist. This is Army Group North, I believe. Yeah, I would have to look at some sort of David Glance source to give you better figures on this. My point is, I'm not sure how many tanks are here. If it's, I think these Panzer Corps are not necessarily comprised of just Panzer divisions. I think there's motorized infantry divisions here as well. So I'm not exactly sure how many Panzer divisions. How many Panzer Corps in Operation Barbarossa? I think 11 or 10, about 10 or 11. No, it tells you how many divisions. It doesn't tell me how many Panzer Corps. That's kind of frustrating. Well, there's 17 tank divisions, apparently, for Barbarossa. About 10, 11 Panzer Corps. If I include motorized infantry divisions, you're looking at 17 plus 5, that's 22. 10 Panzer Corps. So what is that? About 2 Panzer divisions per Panzer Corps. So I would say here, if we're going to go with that, we've got 4 Panzer Corps, not 8, times 191, 764 tanks. That actually seems pretty reasonable to me. Maybe like 150. They're at full strength. So maybe have like at least 764 tanks attacking Tula right now. That seems more realistic to me. So if we're going to attack, I want to make sure that we are supporting that attack as much as possible. So I am going to make an attack on Kaluga. And I guess I was going to make another attack here. Attacking with a lot of Panzer Corps. 5 altogether. All trying to take advantage of this operational situation to push on Moscow, basically, and primarily push on Tula. That's kind of what we're doing here. So let's see, how am I going to pull back these units? I guess like send units like that. I'm not going to even attack this area. Oh, I guess I'll leave behind 1 infantry. And then I'll pull out the Panzer Corps rather. Move up infantry for sure, get them on the march. Do I want to make any river attacks? It's a good question. I'm thinking like let's try to take Voronezh if we can. You know, I think it would open up the logistics. It would make it a lot easier in a lot of different ways. What I'm trying to say is it's time that we do a river assault again. Actually, this mech group does not need to participate in the river assault. Just the infantry. I'm thinking maybe send this infantry corps up north. And then send this mech corps across, yeah. And then all these other understrength infantry are going to basically move up and kind of fill in the line, fill in the gap. That's my game plan. Right now, our attack on Tula is really vulnerable. That's actually not good. I kind of need to occupy Yelets if I want it to work. So I'm actually going to send this Panzer Corps up north. all the other infantry units need to march. This mech unit that I have here, dang it, I thought I could send it up north. I'm afraid of a Soviet counterattack. Ideally, we occupy Yelets, but the problem is that I don't have any strong units that are kind of within range. Only the Panzer Corps are the only ones that can get there right now. And it's like, I had other units, but I needed them. I sent them all to Tula. So it's definitely a gamble. We're definitely doing quite the withdrawal. This infantry unit, that infantry unit, this infantry unit. Yeah, it's just not ideal. It is not the ideal withdrawal. Fortunately, got a lot of infantry moving up, but like not enough ground units. It doesn't look like. All right, I think we're gonna probably go for Kamensko if we can. I'm thinking like, let's just push on Kamensko. I only have one full strength unit to attack. I'd rather attack with other units. But yeah, I'm just gonna have them push up. Move up these HQs. Army Group A needs a while to build up, and I'm thinking, what's the objective? Our objective is Tula. It's not Rostov. So no, I don't think we're gonna push up over there. Send this HQ further east. And then just make sure we have a decent rear guard. I think we're doing a pretty good job. Of course, we probably want to leave this 54th Corps in Stelino, because it needs to protect Mariupol and Zaporozhye both, as well as Stelino. So we have a lot of territory to protect, but the idea is that wherever the Soviets land, we can counterattack, and that's all we need to do. I don't need to worry about supply lines. I just need to counterattack the Soviet beachhead. The rest will take care of itself. So that's the idea with this 54th Corps, but it should be ideally attacking Sevastopol. I'm going to just have to assemble some kind of a task force with a third Romanian Army, the 54th Corps, and presumably at least one Panzer Corps, preferably a Panzer Army. And I think with those four, we could then push our way into Crimea, and secure all these areas. We got to first take Perikop, then Kerch. Then once those two are taken, I think there's a chance to take Sevastopol for good. But it's like a huge operational detour. It might take months with just that small task force to break through. And it's like, we don't have that much time. I would rather use this HQ to launch blitz operations in greater concentration against the Soviets. That's what I'm thinking. So I guess I'll move this mech unit up, ? Infantry to Milerovo. And then I still got these other groups here too. I think I want to ideally send as much infantry as I can to the north. I think this one was located here in at Belgorod. I think I can move it even one more up. But the idea is, we've got enough reserves of infantry to hold off whatever the Soviets have planned. All right, hold on. I've decided I don't think I'm going to try to secure Yelets. Just really concerned of a Soviet counteroffensive. Just because we have panzer divisions in Yelets doesn't mean that it's actually safe. So I'm going to do this move one more time. then move this infantry there. That way we have just a good amount of reserves. We're still doing a full-out strike on Tula, but the idea is that we can slowly make our way to like push on the flanks. But right now we just don't have the manpower for that. So I'd rather have our units in a defensive position. I don't think our units are going to be cut off. I mean, our supply lines are actually pretty vulnerable. Just realized our supply line extends all the way to north of Stadiosko. Right here is our supply line to supply our group here. Tula, I mean, that's presuming that this attack fails, which it might. It is possible that it fails here. Maybe I should put the airstrike there and make that the priority, just to establish our supply lines. Or I gamble and try to like make a move on Tula. I say we put as much pressure as we can on Tula. And I'm attacking with other infantry and panzer groups here. Possibility is Soviets can launch a counterattack there and devastate us. So it is really important that we do win here, this battle. I'm not blitzing, so we only have one shot. I think we should put the air power there and guarantee that we take that position. It's going to help for future operations for sure. We don't want to wait too long on that. Try to cut off Orwell as soon as possible. Make that the priority for sure. All right, so this is a cool operation. I think everything is in good order here. Stadiosko is vulnerable. Oh, we can move this infantry up. That's a piece of cake. That fixes that. And we got one more Panzer Corps that I have here. The question is, what do I want to do with it? I already have plenty of Panzer Corps up here in the north, I think. I think I'm good as far as Panzer Corps go. One Panzer Army there, another Panzer Army here, and a third Panzer Army, which was at Kursk, is now being redeployed to the north, kind of as a reserve. So I'm attacking with 3 Panzer Corps over there. I'm thinking like, ideally, we use this 40th Panzer Corps to attack like Voronezh. I mean, I don't understand why I'm not doing like a river assault over here. Hold on, I gotta undo some of these moves before I deleted everything. There we go, the moves. I'm thinking like, I'm detouring a lot of infantry. I'm thinking like, why don't we just try to do a river crossing over there? The main reason why I'm not doing that is because I don't have that many units that can actually do the crossing. So that's why I'm concentrating down here. I feel like that area is the best place to launch an assault. Do I want to blitz? That's the only question. And I'm tempted to blitz, but I'm not going to blitz. No, we're going to save up our HQs, try to build up some more reinforcements, replace casualties, that kind of thing. But our supply lines do make it to Stadiosko, even north of that. But like, we definitely want to succeed over here. So airstrike should be there. Yep. All right. So yeah, if you made it this far, like, we are still in the fight. Still playing in the German operation. I mean, if you can't tell already, I'm a huge fan of the German operations. I think I love any large scale operation in the game, frankly. But it's hard to top what the Germans did. But it can be topped. Normandy campaign is pretty epic. But you're fighting like SS Panzer divisions. It's not an easy fight. Here, you're fighting the Soviet shock armies. But let's see how this battle goes here. 3, 4, 3. Oof. 4 hits on the poor attacking Germans. Yep, that's a good place for the Soviets to counterattack, for sure. That was a lot of casualties, wasn't it? Yeah, the Soviet shock armies have really proven their worth. Let's do this battle here. Probably should blitz against the Soviet tank corps. Should be an interesting battle. 1 hit. Soviets getting wrecked by air power. They score no hits. Panzer Army rolls. Yep, and they finish them off. So just like, I mean, that battle was decisive German victory, I'm sure. A lot of casualties. Now the Battle of Tula. Let's see how this battle goes. No air support. Soviets roll 3 hits. So yeah, pretty much the German initial momentum is shattered. I mean, I'm sure they can win eventually, but I mean, 3 hits, jeez. Significant German casualties in this operation. I think we're almost approaching 500,000 German casualties. How many casualties were for Kursk? About 200,000, I think. Maybe less, 100 something. But I mean, we're more than the actual battle of Kursk. I mean, the battles that happened around Kursk were also disastrous for the Germans. By the time they fell back to the Dnieper River in 1943, I think they had sustained what I believe is more casualties than they did at Stalingrad, is what I understand. It's like 325 additional casualties in the rearguard action. It was really bad. So, anyways, yeah, the German casualties are pretty significant. Maybe not as bad, but and Soviet casualties are higher, but still, it's a slugfest right now. Panzers are going to roll. They score hits, so that's cool. They do score another hit on the Soviets. And I mean, Tula is not looking much better. That's probably the main takeaway. What is Soviet casualties right now? 25,000 times 30. 750,000 casualties for the Soviets. That's pretty high. Not as bad as 41, but it's definitely up there. Any other battles? Yep, we do got more. I probably should have moved forward OKH as well, but it's still in range. Which is a full-on, whatchamacallit, river assault here in south of Voronezh. Let's see how it goes. Soviets have a strong defense. Airstrikes scored 2 hits. That's what I like to see. Defenders roll. They score 1 hit, no repulses. Yes, that's a successful German crossing there. And so I think the Soviet southern wing here is going to collapse under the German pressure. Even if they did not attack the northern flank of Voronezh, they are crossing the southern part. Panzers are going to roll. Let's see what they can do. They score only 1 hit. Oh, and then the mech, 2 hits. All right. So the Soviets held the line, though, even though they are at their breaking point. They did hold the line, and that counts as something. 100,000 casualties later, the Third Soviet Army, supported by some mech corps, are still holding the line, but they got to retreat. They got to get out of there. There's only about like the equivalent of 6 operational Soviet divisions left. You're looking at about like maybe 30,000 troops, a little bit more than that, 40,000 troops, plus the mech corps, maybe in total like 60, 70,000 troops available. And they're holding off about, what is that, almost like 12, 13 German divisions, right? Each division is probably at least like 17,000 troops, so 12, 13. I'm not exactly sure what the number is. I mean, I do it times 22, right? 264,000. Yeah, and I guess what did the Soviets have originally? They had 8 times 25. They had about 200,000. So, of an original strength they were already outnumbered to begin with. Had to deal with enemy air power. I'm not sure as far as armor goes. I mean, I'm presuming that like one mech corps, Soviet mech corps, is about 750 tanks, maybe less, 500 to 700, something in that range. So you're looking at about 3 mech corps here. So I mean, you're reaching about 2,000 Soviet tanks, I believe, is the figure. Of which, how many of those are T-34s? Probably about like 500, I would think. I don't know if these figures are right at all. Maybe a lot less tanks than that. But I calculate 2,000. The Germans, on the other hand, had about 191, about 700. I think the figures are actually pretty right. The Soviets probably had like a 3-to-1 numerical superiority when it came to armor. But I mean, these are also mech corps, so they're not necessarily tank. That's how many tanks they have. So, interesting figures overall for sure. I did enjoy reading David Glantz quite a bit. Kind of a not an easy read. I would say someone once told me it's a dry read. I would kind of agree with that. He just he just like hoses you down with information basically. But it's kind of like as far as statistics are, the statistics are a bit scattered. Um, but like he has a lot of information. He just has a lot of information stored there. All right, what happened here? Why we did the battle, but why are these two cores still here? Could have sworn I would have had them move forward. I think I backspace, and I didn't do anything with this last core. But I think I want to attack here in the south. That's what I'm thinking. Or we can use it to keep our momentum going as we make our way towards Voronezh is what I'm thinking too. Is another option. I'm not sure what to do with it, so I'm just gonna put it in Rossosh. There we go. All right, so yeah, so it's still held the line. Any other rounds of battles that we're gonna do? I don't think so. We can just now like do the supply phase, and these units are definitely out of supplies for sure. Or not the German unit, the Russian unit that is out of supplies. And also this one over here. Orel was also encircled too. Double encirclement, nice. And looks like Tula's still holding out. A little bit of pressure here around Moscow. Any other moves we're going to do in the south? Absolutely not. We have like no HQs there. Then let's see what the British do. I don't think the British are going to do anything. Take our time here. We're still waiting for like reinforcements, more production. Maybe I'll do another theater move here. And I'm thinking maybe I'll move the Anzac to Benghazi is what I'm thinking. And then all I gotta do is move these two corps to whatchamacallit. No, so we'll actually move this 13th Corps forward like that. That's the better move. Yeah. And just slowly get our British Army in a position that it's in the most favorable position to advance forward and take the next strategic position. But a lot of it's going to come down to supplies, it looks like. Oh, maybe I can use, oh, dang it, it's at level 1. But yeah, some Supreme moves are in good order for sure. That's the key, right? Using the Supreme moves to get this army on the move. That's going to be our ticket to taking Libya as soon as possible. So we got to go all out over there. So with that, we'll switch over to the Soviets, and we're pretty much done with this turn. 2 fortnights of epic battle. Blitzes for days. Oh, let's not delete that. Yeah, the Soviets basically lost another 6 steps. So in total, still 2-1. I mean, the Soviets have lost, I think now we're reaching 1 million casualties. We're beginning to approach 1 million casualties by the end. And it's not even, the German offensive is not even over yet, but at least the first phase is clear as day over. We got to decide what we're going to do here in the south. We can either desperately hold the line around Voronezh. The problem is that we don't really have much of anything as far as operational reserve. I mean, I have literally I have 3 armies, one of which is a shock army. I got to build up a bunch of lost, destroyed Soviet units. And we got to really rebuild this reserve. We're not going to build up the armor, I don't think. But we can definitely build up the cavalry and the infantry. And like, building up this group here is like building up almost 1 million troops. Approaching 1 million troops, just replace all the losses all over again. Right now, our total strength is down by 1 million. We're in a very vulnerable position. So we got to figure out like how to deal with the situation. Tula is vulnerable. That's the bottom line. It needs reinforcements. No ifs, ands, or buts. It needs reinforcements. The only army I have available right now is this army here at Ryazk, the 28th. I think we're going to attack. I'm also going to try to make an attack on Kaluga as well. Counterattack. So I'm going to send the 3rd Shock Army over there as well. I'll pull out... I guess I'm going to pull out the 4th Army and have it move to Mozhaisk to make sure we have a stable defense there. But we don't have any reserves. We're totally short on reserves. It's a serious problem. Okay, no, I'm going to deploy this in Moscow. I'm going to move the 18th down south. The 4th will stay on Kaluga. And, like, that's it. We just need to build more reserves, larger reservists. Send this unit into Tula. And then we're going to need to... I'm going to deploy these paratroopers, I think. Is that what I want to do? I don't think that's what I actually want to do. Trying to reinforce Tula. I'm going to pull back the 16th. Just has to be some kind of operational reserve. And we're just going to have to rotate units in and out. I'm going to counterattack. Maybe I should counter blitz here at Kaluga. Try to destroy these 2 German units. We're going to do that. I'm not playing around with the Soviets. We're going to launch a full-out counterattack there. And the idea is that we will do significant damage on them. That's the idea. So I think I can put in another unit in, and then 1 unit out. Especially since I'm blitzing. It's kind of a good idea. And then I don't have much else as far as reserves go. I really don't have much else. I got this 3rd Tank Army. I have no idea what to do with it, other than leave it in Moscow. It's gonna have to... I was gonna use it on the flank, I think. That was the game plan, was to flank the German army somehow. But I don't think I have the HQs for that at the moment. Okay, we definitely could pull back this 12th Tank Army as well. But yeah, I'll keep it in Moscow as kind of an operational reserve. And let's see how this counterattack goes. See if we can destroy what looks to be about 5 German divisions, about 100,000 troops. If we can wipe them out, you know, it's definitely going to slow the German army down quite a bit. They made quite a sacrifice to defend Tula, and it may not have been enough. So let's blitz and try to destroy them. So let's see how well the Germans can defend. It's going to come down to the dice. And we also have air power, although our air power is not very good. I think it's important to take note that once we do this, we basically have like little to no operational ability to defend Moscow. Not really. At least launch offensive operations. We do have this Baltic HQ as a reserve. This tank army I think we're going to use offensively soon. I'm going to wait though until they're at full strength before I attack. And I'm going to also try to build like a strategic reserve of manpower that needs to be sent over here. Let me deploy at least 3 more Russian armies in this sector. I think would be a good idea. And then, of course, there's the question of defending Tula, right? And the problem right now is that our flank is super vulnerable. I mean, the Germans, if they blitz, they're going to totally swallow us up. So I'm thinking maybe I do a strategic withdrawal. Or maybe I reinforce Yelets. Maybe that's what I do. The Germans did not take Yelets. Maybe this was our opportunity to hunker down, fortify Yelets, and make it a pain in the neck for the Germans to gain any ground. I think that's the game plan. And we're going to go toe-to-toe, put 2 shock armies in there. And Yelets. 2 shock armies plus 2 tank armies. I mean, it is a super thick defense. Super thick. I don't think I can put all the armor there, but I will put the shock armies there and have them concentrated. The only problem with the setup is that our flank is vulnerable. Is what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking we're gonna just retreat and just try to like buy some time. Unfortunately, our infantry are not very fast, so the Third Army is gonna have to retreat by itself to a very untenable position. But I think what I'm trying to say is if I'm gonna hold on to Voronezh, it's gonna be with like a ragtag skeletal defensive group. It's not gonna be a main like strategic defense, I don't think. It's gonna be with a small skeletal group. I think we should try to hold on to Voronezh though, right? I've said that like a bunch of times. Or do we leave this rear guard here? Maybe we just leave the rear guard, except that the Soviets are probably gonna have to abandon all of this. The question is, it's just a matter of when. But we're also like, I don't know, we can develop some kind of defensive line, buy a little bit of time. Just buy a little bit of time. Slow the enemy down one hex at a time. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I like that idea because it means that we're guaranteed to lose units. And I really don't want to lose any more units than I have to. That's what I'm thinking. So if it means spreading thin, so be it. I think I want to have a thin defensive line. But it just means that we can't defend Voronezh, or I guess I can, but it's going to have to be like a very weak defensive group. Cadre strength units defending the city. There's no guarantees that we can actually hold that out. And so it makes just like our northern flank even more complicated. Like I need another group at Muchirinsk, I think, as a reserve. Because, you know, presumably the Germans are going to sweep their way and make their way up north. It's just not an easy line to hold. I mean, even our fortification at Yelets may not be enough to hold the line. I think we can hold the line here for a little while. But sooner or later, we're going to have to fall back. So, I don't know, just abandoning all this space to preserve the strength of some units, I think is a good idea, but it's only going to work if some position is held. I don't even think we should leave our cadre in Voronezh. I'm starting to think. I think that's also a terrible idea. We're going to just leave one unit behind in Voronezh, I've decided. And we got to be aware of the fact that the Germans can chase us down very easily. Like, very, 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 very easily. So we got to be, like, super careful with our setup here. Germans can attack once, and then they can blitz their way. They can, for all we know, they can make a drive all the way to Muchirinsk. I mean, I'm thinking we need to have a defensive line at Griazi, I'm thinking. That's where we should probably defend. But, like, against some kind of German, I mean, they can just pour in infantry. Dude, I'm just thinking this is not a great idea. Not a great setup right now. We don't have anything right now. As far as reserves, we are launching an attack at Moscow. I could try to strategically pull back a few units. I just don't want to overuse Stavka right now. I don't think it's a good idea. So I'm trying to like work with what we got. The northern defense looks really nice. It really does. But the southern defense looks pretty abysmal, in my opinion. Pretty bad shape. And it's like we definitely need more reserves if we want to hold this line well. We need more reserves. So I'm just not being very hopeful about this situation. Bottom line is that the Germans succeeded in the southern part of Voronezh. I think it would be wise to hold on to Voronezh, but it's also like we also risk ourselves to being easily encircled, like easily encircled. So I'm thinking like, why even bother protecting the northern flank of Voronezh, let alone the southern flank, We can't hold the line anywhere. And it's like, plus the Germans are flanking us. It is just a bad setup. And our forces are really diluted. So I'm thinking like maybe we don't push onto Yelets. As much as I want to push onto Yelets, I'm thinking more and more the better move is to abandon Yelets. Which may also mean that we are abandoning Tula as well. I mean, I think the idea is that Tula's going to have to hold the line all by itself. That was an interesting idea, though, to push onto Yelets. I think it really was, but I just don't like the fact that our troops are spread so thin everywhere. I'm thinking like the best thing to do is abandon Vornez, but I don't recommend it. I really don't. I'm going to put this cavalry unit behind Pavlovsk, and maybe this cavalry unit may have to be sacrificed while all these other units are being built up. So I'm really depending on the cavalry. It's up to the cavalry to really buy us the time we need in order to have any hopeful chance of like having a methodical withdrawal as we lose what looks to be a substantial amount of territory and a substantial amount of units. Anyways, let's do the battle here at Kaluga. Airstrikes misses, panzers miss. Now up to the shock armies and infantry armies both. A lot of firepower. Score 2 hits. Nice. I think we got it. Let's do the blitz phase. Start with an airstrike. It's a level 1 this time. Put it there. Let's do it. No hits. Defenders roll. They score a hit. Okay. And now the shock armies come in. They score 2 hits. Followed by infantry who also score 2 hits. And just like that, we wiped out 5 German steps. The equivalent of 5 German steps. So not 2-1 anymore. It's more like 3-4. And so excellent Soviet counterattack. Wiped out 2 German corps. That's got to go in the books. Original German strength, about 200,000 troops were just wiped out, defeated, encircled, crushed. However way you put it. That's a good win for the Soviets. Alright, and I think with that, we're going to move on to the next month. I guess I'm going to stop the video here. I want to keep going. I don't know if I should keep going, not keep going. I don't want to exhaust myself too much, but I'm thinking I probably should try to keep going. Maybe I'll take a break, I think. I just kind of want to do this all in one video. I'm not the biggest fan of editing. That's a shout out to Gotham Chess. But anyways, let's start with British production. Let's do that real quick. We are in July. Mediterranean front is, I know it's a lot. I think it's like 35 or 30. It's a 30 production. So that is 5 dice. No, 6 dice. We get 12 plus 10 is 22. That's pretty good. Let's build up. Build up these two. Like so. We're pretty much ready for more operations. That's kind of cool. Or maybe, yeah, I only have 22. If I had 14, I could have built up these two. I definitely want to build this unit up here. I also want to build up this mech unit here too. Let's switch. Oh, let's look at the Western Front production. What is that? 22, I believe. Yeah. So that's pretty good too. I think the main thing to build up is our beachhead, which costs 20. Let's put that at ready status. So now we can launch another amphibious invasion if we need to. And we have the units to do that. The units that we attacked with, they pulled out. Germans seem much better prepared for an operation like that. We could try landing somewhere else and just be like a harassment for the Germans. Maybe we try to think we try to do an operation here in Holland. Just keep the pressure on them, and then like when the Axis do respond, we pull out. I think it's the best plan. So I might do another amphibious operation. It was expensive, but like I think what I want to do, I might actually save production for August, or yeah, for August. It's gonna be a 22 plus. We're gonna make every production point count. So those extra 4, we can be spending it on more ground units. We need this amphibious unit built up if we want to launch amphibious operation. And then with the extra production points, you know, we can build up more HQs, do everything to be ready. So there's that. We'll go back to the Soviet side now and do their production. I think the Soviets have a really interesting situation because they are like trying to rebuild their army from the disaster of 1941, which I believe in this game may have been even worse than historical, or about the same, pretty much. And it's like we got to rebuild the army from scratch, while at the same time sustaining heavy casualties and having to deal with that as well. We lost 1 million casualties in this 1 month of fighting. At this rate, it's not sustainable, right? I think the Soviets have about maybe another 1 million left. And then before then, their Central Front, I don't know what it's called, Ukrainian Front. It used to be called the Ukrainian Front, but now it's fighting for Voronezh. But like this Central Front, I think the Central Front is actually located at Moscow, is very vulnerable. So we need to find a solution for that. What is the Soviet production? Let's see. 59 production points. Let's see what we can build. Definitely building up Stavka. Probably wise to build up the Western HQ. Probably build up 1 more HQ here, and I think that's it. That leaves me with 29 production points. And I want all my understrength units to be built up. So, like, the shock armies need to be built up. Probably this cavalry needs to be built up. That's 9. This mech corps should probably be built up. Maybe not. But I wanted to have at least level 2 units. So I think I've built 12 already. This armored unit should probably be built up. That's 16. We have 13 left. And I think with whatever I have left, I wanted to build up these these tank armies. I think I probably still should. But I also want to build up infantry reserves if I can. Maybe this immediate turn, I don't build up any infantry reserves, and I just work with what I got. We did have a successful counterattack here at Kaluga, so maybe I can like pull out 1 of these units, maybe 2, and have them operate. No, let's build up this cavalry or this infantry. We have 11 left. Build up an armored units. Now we're down to 7. We definitely need to build up more ground units for sure. I'm gonna have to cancel one of these builds over here. I'm not sure which one to cancel. I think this mech here needs to be canceled. Now we're up to 10. Let's build up some of our reserves again. We gotta build up more. Putting them in Kalinin. And I think that's it. I don't think there's much more I can build up. Over here, we got the shock armies. They're working overtime. Got an armored unit that's built up. That's really nice. I think I did the production right. I mean, that was 12, 16, 19, 23, 25, and I should have 29, right? I don't know. Oh, crap. Hold on. I already lost track of the Soviet production. Let's see. That's 4, 8, 10, 14, 17, 20, 25, or 24 rather, 27. I guess I have 2 more that I could build up somewhere. Is that right? I'm going to count that one last time. 12. This happens to me. 1, 2. That's 8, 10, 14, 17, 20, 23, 27. Yeah, I got 2 more left. What to build up? Ideally build up this armored unit here as well. I think the only thing left for me to build up is this infantry. Oh man, I should probably build up this shock army as well. But I don't think I can afford it at the moment. Like, you definitely want to invest everything you can on shock armies. Make sure that they're always at full strength, as much as you can. I think they're, ideally, they're like just really valuable, really strong units. As has been shown, when you get good dice with them, they really kick ass. And they work well both offensively and defensively. And there's even versions of the game where you can get triple fire with them. They're like ridiculously overpowered. So it's important that they're at full strength. I'm at 14 rather than the full 16. That's not bad. But I don't have any more like infantry reserves, right? I have 2 minor towns here, Ryazan and Tambov, both of which should probably receive some cadres, I would think. It's not a bad place to just like keep building up cadres. Don't abandon the cadre formula. But they're not very mobile. They're not very maneuverable. They're very vulnerable units. I don't know, like have them just like participate in the rear guard is probably not the wisest thing to do, but you know, we're the Soviet Union, man. We should probably be building up all our dead pile as much as we can. I have 2 more that I can build up that I think I should build up. Of course, I would have to cancel an armored build, which is probably not ideal. Or cancel an infantry build, something like that. Cancel an armored build, cancel a mech build. It's kind of it's like a pickle or a potato kind of problem. I mean, I probably don't need as many HQs, right? But I don't, like, HQs are really important. Having strong frontline units is really important for the Soviets. And then most importantly, if you want to win the war, you gotta have not only like a strategic reserve, but you gotta have like a counteroffensive reserve in order to succeed, basically. And it's like your production only allows you to focus on like 2 at a time, I've noticed in this game. Right now in this turn, it was build up casualties, build up replacements, and then also build up the HQs. The HQs are very expensive. So anytime that the Soviets are spending money on HQs, they're losing the game, basically, is what I've concluded. So you really don't want to spend HQs with the Red Army unless you're attacking. Otherwise, there's no reason to spend HQs. They're very expensive maneuvers. And it's like, that's the price we got to pay for the fact that, you know, we are losing a lot of territory against a strong attacking force. And there's nothing that we can really do. There's not much that we can do. Anyways, let's switch over to the German side and wrap up this turn. I think we're going to keep going, though. I'll like save the log file, do all that jazz, but I think we're going to keep going. I probably should take a break, though. I'm thinking it's been a while. It's definitely one of my longer videos. Mediterranean front is 30. Western front is 12. It's super low. Yeah, but it's at 30 in the Mediterranean front, so we're still investing everything we can on the Mediterranean front, even though strategically we're pretty beat. It's like, it's just a really question of how long is it going to take before the British take North Africa. I'm thinking like let's gamble, try to like build up a powerful counterattacking force so that when they do attack, we can strike back and possibly turn the tide of the entire campaign, especially given that the British are not invincible. And we almost succeeded. I mean, we almost cut them off, and they had a brilliant counteroffensive that smashed, but we almost had them completely encircled, right? Somehow the British broke out of Tobruk, then pushed on to Sollum. They broke out of Tobruk. That was it, right? They succeeded somehow in Tobruk. I don't remember what happened, but it was a textbook counter strike. Anyways, 14 plus another 12 is 26 production. We have our production advantage. Let's take advantage of that. I'm going to spend 15 over here. That leaves me with 11. Or no, yeah, it was 15 on just HQs. With 11 left, I can build up this unit here. Ideally, though, I'm also building up, like, I don't know, the cavalry units. That's what I'm thinking. But I guess, I'm not cavalry, the infantry army, rather. That's what we need. We need the infantry army. These militia units are pretty garbage. So, and they're all at level 0. They're kind of useless at the moment. They just take up space. They're not even helping right now. And I definitely need to build up these HQs, I'm thinking. Both. Try to build up both as best I can. I can, if I need to evacuate, I think I might be able to do one last operation to evacuate. The idea being to evacuate these 3 units if I need to. But the port is totally occupied right now. It's a pain in my butt. I need to get these militia units out of there and have them set up a defensive position, ideally along the Misurata line. Maybe even deploy a militia unit down south here. I don't even know if they can even leave the roads. I don't think they can. I think they're restricted to only roads. So it's a very strange, unfortunate setup. But the idea is we need to have our units ready to like evacuate if that's what it comes down to. So I'm thinking like try to have this theater HQ built up. It might be helpful. It can't withdraw, but it might be helpful. At least for now, especially while I'm going to spend my money to build up OKW. Need to build that up as well. Nothing else I can spend on the Western Front. Keep that at level 2. Don't never leave that at level 1 if you can. Like try to have it at full strength to counter whatever the British throw. We have a good setup here. Lots of strong units, but we don't really have that many HQs. That's the problem. I'm sure we're getting reinforcements. We're getting a ton of reinforcements right now. They're just pouring in. I'm thinking 1 unit per like area. That's the ideal what you would want to have. 1 unit per area. So I'll put another one in Paris. 2 more infantry units. I'm pretty sure those 2 can be sent to like Saint Nazaire and also Normandy or Saint Lo. And then the other remaining 2 I can then move and just protect the coast here. Put militia units, as many militia units as you can south. That's the idea. And then we've got 2 panzer armies, or 2 panzer corps. I mean, they're kind of restricted to where they're at. I could probably shift around some more infantry. But overall, it's a decent setup. I kind of want to send this mech to the Western Front, but I'm thinking we need as much manpower as we can on the Eastern Front right now. So I'm going to prioritize the Eastern Front if I can. Go with that. Also, like, let's see other reinforcements for the Germans for 1942. Not too many. More militia, pretty much, for the rest of the year. But in 1943, there's an interesting change, and you do get this just extra pool of manpower. And I think typically they're basically used in Italy, in like the southern, in the Mediterranean front, defending Italy, Yugoslavia. You need a bunch of troops for Yugoslavia. Occupying Greece, you gotta like just pack the area with defenders if you want to have a successful defense of those regions. It's not guaranteed. The terrain is not necessarily a guarantee. You do need it's a large coastline, and you pretty much have to defend all of it. But like every now and then, you do unlock a few extra Panzer Corps that are very valuable to, say, the Eastern Front. Especially if you don't need as many on the Western Front. I just closed the logbook, didn't I? That was not necessary. But anyways, that's it. Eastern Front production. Let's see what we got here. This is the main fight, right? We're at 90. It's really high. So we can build a lot, and I think that's the goal. Just build, build, build. Focus on HQ builds. Those cost 10 apiece. That's 50. And the last 40, build up on the infantry. And just go all out on infantry builds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. Where else? We just gotta build up 3 more. I'm thinking these 3. Like, we don't necessarily need to push on Kamensko just yet. I'm thinking we can, but unless you want to blitz your way to Stalingrad, we could make a push on Stalingrad. We do actually have the mobility. We could transfer our momentum away from Voronezh and focus on Stalingrad. But I'm thinking, like, let's take Voronezh. Let's at least take Voronezh. Or keep our operational momentum against the Red Army. Keep pushing along this axis. A lot of extra territory to take, but I'm thinking keep that pressure on the Soviets, and that may actually help us take Tula. That's what I'm thinking. Anyways, I think it's pretty obvious. We want to have our reinforcement builds focused around this offensive momentum. Now, we could try to shift gears and focus more south. Our HQ is kind of out of position anyways. We could launch a regular attack, but I'm just not really seeing what do we gain if we just take Kamensko. No, we need to break through and, like, secure all this undefended territory. Like, that would be the objective, and, like, make our way down Maikop. That would actually have some genuine value for us operationally. But I'm thinking it might be easier, maybe not as simple, but perhaps easier, to then, like, take Voronezh, push up, reach these Soviet defensive positions, and just keep them on the run, keep them on the rear guard. If we can take away another hex that the Soviets are using to reinforce Tula, all the more reason we should try to. If we can encircle Tula, if we can flank Tula, we probably should. And we already had a pretty serious setback with the loss of 2 corps, right? I mean, and we did not build them up. Maybe we should. They cost, dang it, no, this one cost, I think this one cost 12. This cost 6, so that's 18. So, yeah, it goes to show you that, that Soviet counteroffensive did do something. And it's like, for the sake of operational momentum, I'm thinking we got to focus on the infantry and push with the infantry if we can. But with one less Panzer Corps for the attack, taking Moscow, I don't think it's going to be easy at all. I'm thinking, like, for the sake of 1942, summer 42, it's still pretty early. But I think we take Voronezh and we take Tula, and that's it. I'm not expecting to take much more than that. It's not going to be easy to take Kaluga. Maybe we have a chance on Mozhaisk. You never know. But, like, we're going to have to, like, really put the pressure on, like, these 4 areas. Mozhaisk, Kaluga, Ryazan, and Ryazsk. If we can take one of these 4 areas, I think we have a good chance of taking Moscow. If we cannot take one of these 4 areas, the grind for Moscow is There's no guarantees, basically. But I think we should go for it. And we have our concentration, we have HQs, reserve HQs, Panzer Corps available. Not too many. We got like one more Panzer Corps. It's under strength. But like, yeah, we can definitely push and exploit our momentum even more. So this is similar to what I did in the last game. I think the Soviets retreated a lot more in the last one. But like, I think this is really interesting. I think I should stop the video here before I continue further. I would like, if this was a live stream, I would like probably take a break. I do plan on doing live streaming at some point in the future. I kind of just want to wait to, I guess, grow the channel a little bit more before I decide to live stream. But I think it would be really interesting experience. Also, I'm still looking for someone to play with. So, you know, if you like these videos and you want to play, simply let me know. I can send you like a Discord channel, and then we can set up a time to play. And I think it would be like best to do it live. I'm thinking, you know, there's different ways to play it. We can play by email or play like in a turn-based way, but I think the easiest way to play the game is playing it live with another player. You got the rule books right there. You can discuss the rules. And I think we can like definitely stream it, or not stream it, but like we could probably stream it. I think it'd be a really cool thing to work towards. I think it'd be really fun. I think people would appreciate, even if we have like only 1 or 2 people watching. I mean, that's fine because war games are like that. But I could easily see us having a handful of people watching our games, and maybe joining the games too. I think this game is designed for 3-player. You could probably play with more people. I actually have played with more people before, but it was really messy. I mean, and I just feel like the game has too much like mechanical flow for it to be such a strategically intensive game. But obviously, like playing with a bunch of people, you really want to have a sound strategy. Otherwise, the game gets kind of chaotic. And then like people start like army groups start like arguing with each other. You know, the Soviet fronts will argue with each other, and you may not get the results that you're looking for. So I think it's best played, in my personal opinion, like three player is good. One as, you know, the West, the Allies, one as the Third Reich, the third as the Soviets. Pretty straightforward. You still can have a good fun. Maybe you can have 2 people playing with the German army. You know, one on the Eastern Front, the other on the Western Front. So it could be a 4-player game. I think that would probably be the best balance. So yeah, do I continue this file or not? I would definitely ask my streams right now. I'm thinking, you know, I might take a break here, grab some food, like eat up, and then I would start a part 2, I think. I don't know if I can like pause the recording. I don't think I can. But yeah, I think I'm going to stop the video here. And that's all I got for today. I did not like, you know, light a candle or anything for this playthrough. I didn't feel like there was a need to. So that's a good sign. It means that like this game doesn't have to be as stressful or nothing. But anyways, yeah, this was kind of like just a jump in the series because I pretty much did the whole operation all over again. I decided to do it just to see if there would be any differences. And I forgot to save the file too. But I'm thinking, like, this was interesting. I had a lot of fun just, like, observing the game. I think the Germans have a very good chance of taking Tula, but they're in for a bloody fight. The Soviets, on the other hand, are just trying to hold the line desperately against the German army strategically. The best chance that they can do is hold out until winter and launch a powerful counteroffensive somewhere along the front next winter. But the Soviet reserves are seriously problematic right now. I don't know if it was like this historically, but it seems to me like Soviet reserves are a massive problem in this game. They're not easy to build up, but once you do build them up, they are very powerful. But like building them up from scratch is freaking hard to do. You can see these large stacks of just like defeated Soviet units, and it's like you really need every last Soviet unit. Not even at full strength, but you do need a lot. You need a volume of Soviet units to overwhelm the Germans. And the Germans have all these like 4-step units. You know, you got to grind them down. It's not an easy fight to defeat the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front. And as you can tell right now, the Wehrmacht has the initiative. They're doing better than what they did historically. I think they've already inflicted more casualties on the Soviet Union, even if they haven't necessarily taken more territory, which is very interesting to point out. I think historically they were more focused on territory than on strength and kind of effectiveness of their military. And how did you measure that? And there's a whole thing about that. Military science, effectively. This is a board game, so it's here we are. But it's interesting. I mean, and both of them do follow, I think, some kind of mathematical structure of some kind. Do I do a part 2? I say we go for it, but I think I'm going to have to pause real quick, be right back kind of thing, before I do a part 2, and I'm not going to pause the video, I don't think. So yeah, definitely kind of like a bit of a pickle as far as I can tell. But yeah, I think the Germans should keep pushing forward, and maybe we just don't think about it too hard and we just go for it. I mean, we already finished the production, so I say we go for it. So yeah, let's do that. Eastern or Southern and Western fronts are going to pass. We do have a new reinforcement in Warsaw. That's kind of cool. We did build up OKH, but we could have used those production points to maybe build up another cadre. But I guess it's going to take a while before those cadres are built up. Anyways, I'm going to just keep this operational momentum going. What I'm going to do is activate Army Group Center here, and we're going to make another attack on Tula. Obviously, that's the main show. And just pull out our weak infantry. Now, I should also try to make an attack over here as well. The problem is that the Soviet position is dense, and our HQs are kind of out of range at the moment. So I'm thinking the best thing to do would be ideally, if you're going to attack a Soviet position, right, you want to be able to blitz, I think, especially these other Soviet positions, given how well the Soviets are defended. I think actually this HQ might be better if I deploy it to the north of Berdyansk. We need it to deploy in Orel. It's really where we need it. But right now, yeah, I can command all these units. They're all in range. I'm thinking we start attacking Moscow. Let's go for it. We have enough Panzer Corps. I got 3 Panzer Corps available here. We have enough Panzer Corps to make an attack on this part of the front. We may not have enough manpower, though. Seems like we have a total shortage of manpower, unfortunately. That's a serious unfortunately. But I think I'm going to make an attack here in the central part. Just transfer up, 2 infantry to the north. I think we're going to have to wait another round before I attack Kaluga. I want to attack Kaluga, but it's too well defended, and we need more manpower. But I got 1 more Panzer Corps in reserve here. I think I'm going to move it up north to Rezhev. We are attacking Mozhaisk, see if we can do some damage there. At the same time, also attacking Tula. Might be too many battles at once. Soviets are probably going to be able to hold out just fine, I think. If we're going to attack like this, I think we need to blitz. Dang it. But all our HQs are just out of range. So I'm thinking if I'm going to attack, take my time attacking. I think we're going to cancel these attacks, unfortunately, here in the north. Unfortunately. So only attack on Tula? That seems also pretty dumb. But this panzer group here is just under strength. I don't want them attacking. You really want to take Tula that badly? I don't think we can. I think it's the bottom line. As long as the Soviets are able to transfer reinforcements, I think attacking here may be a total waste of time. But we'll see how the battle goes. You never know. But I think I'm going to keep the rest of the army just on standby. And I think the idea is to have as many like combat units move up a bit. Like these two infantry units definitely have to move up. I'm gonna activate OKH. No, I'm not gonna activate OKH. I am not gonna do that. But we got like two valuable infantry units here. Our formations are split. They're basically split apart, and like I'm just not really feeling this attack at all. I'm not really impressed by it. Okay, we can put this HQ here since we're not attacking the north. And now we can move up the infantry. Yeah, let's do that. Move up the infantry forward. Full strength infantry, please. This infantry will march down here. These guys will go. I don't know where this guy was originally. He was here. And this guy was there as well. Let's have them move there to Stadiolskoye. That's pretty good. And then it's like, well, we can try to exploit Voronezh. I mean, I'm sure we can make a lot of progress. The only problem I see with this, you know what? I'm not even going to activate this HQ. What am I doing? I'm going to activate Army Group South HQ. I'm going to blitz. We are going to blitz. And then this HQ is going to come in range like that. There we go. That looks a lot better. So we are going to focus on Tula, but I'm thinking also try to take Voronezh, both. Simultaneously take both objectives. I'm going to pull out this mech units. Send Panzer Corps in, Infantry Corps in. Gonna pull back this mech units, it's in range. Maybe even pull back this infantry units, also in range. And see if like there's any expansive moves that I want to do with them. I'm also blitzing, even though I was thinking about doing a river assault on Voronezh. Seems a bit unnecessary, frankly. The problem with this operation that I'm doing now is that I'm not going to be able to I think I want to blitz on Voronezh. That's the idea. I think I can do one blitz this turn. Hopefully I can focus on replacing casualties on the next turn as well. Sustain the momentum. That's the idea, just sustain the momentum. But like I'm blitzing right now and I'm not attacking too many other hexes. It seems kind of odd to me. I'm thinking if we're gonna blitz, might as well have as many units attacking. So I'm gonna send these infantry, these level 4 infantry forward. And I may even send this mech unit forward as well. Oh, these two units should stay here. Oh, you know what? Dang it. Hold on. Definitely moving a bunch of units around. Let's let's see what I can do here. I'm thinking I move 2 infantry units in there. See if I can transfer 2 full strength infantry units to Yelis. At least one. At least have one. I think that's pretty good. Oh, and I got another infantry unit here as well. It probably is going to help for some kind of blitz for sure. I could also try to make attack north of Kaluga as well, but I can't really make attack south of Kaluga, I don't think. Or maybe I can. Wait a minute. Oh no. No, I don't think I can. I can only move up 1 unit. I want to attack Ryazk with 2 infantry units. But I sent them both to, oh, I'm dumb. Okay, let's do that. 2 infantry units are moving up. Gotta be careful with a Soviet counteroffensive. I don't think we should. Not until we've taken... I don't know, that's ridiculous. Let's not do that. Not until we've taken, ideally take Tula. If we can't take Tula, I would love to take Tula, but we may not be able to. I'm thinking like maybe just put strategic pressure all along the front. It's very hard for the Soviets to counterattack from Tula. That much I do know. They may be able to say and send a shock army unit in there, but we're going to have double defense. We're going to be dug into the city. So it may not be the biggest priority for me to attack Tula necessarily. I got to like pin down the other units in the surrounding region. I can send 3 units across here. What am I doing? Let's attack with 2 Panzer Corps. What am I doing? 2 understrength Panzer Corps. 2 Panzer Corps nonetheless. Alright, now we're actually starting to formulate a decent plan. There we go. These Panzer Corps are attacking. I got an infantry group here in reserve. Not sure what to do with them. I think we're going to send just 2 strong infantry into Voronezh. Seems like a total waste to me, but I think I want to take this sector as swiftly as possible. It's kind of the idea. We only have airstrikes in one spot, too. I think we're going to airstrike over here. We probably should airstrike Tula, I'm thinking. I mean, I've been talking a lot about Tula, haven't I? Probably should airstrike Tula if we're going to attack with anything. And this guy will go here, this guy will go there. There we go. Pull out 1 more unit, put him there. Not bad. And dude, I put 2 units in, 2 units out. Yeah, I had to put in those infantry units. Okay. I have a reserve panzer army here, which I could probably use. Soviets are more than welcome to try to go for Vyazma. If they do, we're going to do a full-out counterattack and do some damage. But I'm encouraging them to take Vyazma. I don't think they're going to break through in 1 turn. If they do, then my gosh. But I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I'm trying to like secure Voronezh swiftly, as quickly as I can. That's what I'm thinking. And ideally, we have some success on Tula. Maybe I don't attack Tula this round. You know, I can wait another round before I attack. I just want to stack up some units there. Some full-strength infantry, I think, is what I ideally want to do. And then maybe next turn I can exploit the push on this defensive line that the Soviets seem to have at the moment. I guess I'm going to move this infantry south. And it's like, yeah, if I can attack right now, I mean, I probably should. And just like send in the reinforcements. Yeah, hold on. I got it. These units are not going into Tula. Fuck Tula. I'm going to move this infantry unit in here. And then I had another one. I think this infantry unit can move in there. And then these 2 guys, they actually pulled out going southeast, not southwest. And actually, they don't have much to do. Maybe like I send them over here. You know, we're kind of leaving the Army Group North a bit vulnerable. But the idea, I think, right now, I probably want to activate OKH if I want extra air support right now, which I probably do. So we're going to activate OKH. Not really transfer any units from other parts. Pretty good defense here. I'm going to move this Panzer Corps down here. Actually, I'm going to move it right there. Make sure it's in range. Rezhev is looking vulnerable, so we probably want to have probably like a mech unit or something there. Don't really have any reserve units right now. And not really any reserve units for strategic moves, neither. Okay, that's 2 strategic moves. Any more that I can do? 4 more. Maybe I do transfer this 44th. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So that's the 3rd one. 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I think it was 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 2 more strategic moves left. Not sure what else to do. I'll probably move up this mech unit, even though it's at level 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. Nice. Alright, and we're going to put an airstrike marker here. Just try to like minimize our casualties, whatever we're up against there. And then I'll put another airstrike marker here. Interesting turn. Let's see how it goes. So we're not attacking Moscow, but we are attacking the southern flank of Moscow, and I think the Soviets are going to notice. Do I want to attack Tula this turn? Probably. I probably do. I don't really have much left in terms of infantry. After all of these attacks, I don't have much for like infantry breakthroughs or whatever. But I figure let's try to do something on Tula. Let's see how it goes. No defending hits. And we score 1 hit. I'll take it. Not bad. Alright, let's see. July casualties. The Soviets have officially suffered 1 casualty. Then we'll do this battle here at Ryazk, right? Facing very strong Soviet defense. We'll do the air power rolls. No hits. Soviets only score 1 hit, thank you. The infantry are going to roll. We score 1 hit as well. Even exchange there. Then we're going to do this battle here northwest of Voronezh. Airstrikes roll. This is also amphibious invasion, or river assault rather. Pretty much the same thing. Similar. Not as hard as an amphibious invasion. But you do need people getting across the river, establishing some kind of bridge. The air power did nothing. It's a cavalry corps that's defending. 1 cavalry corps all by itself? No way. Alright, so this should be a cakewalk for the Germans. Let's see how it goes. 1 repulse. Okay. Now we roll. Oh, Panzers roll. They score 2 hits, just like that. Pretty much about to break through now. Soviet casualties are mounting up. Another 100,000 Soviet casualties. Voronezh also a river assault. And we're just attacking with good old-fashioned infantry here. Full strength, stormtrooping, crossing the river with their like hand grenades. The defense is about 75,000 Soviets. They score a hit and 1 repulse. Very impressive. I guess I will have the repulse unit here in the south, right? Not in the north, but in the south. And we'll now roll 3 dice, scoring no hits. So we suffered 22,000 casualties, but we did make it across the river, and that makes all the difference. Finally, this battle further south here at Pavlovsk, 50,000 Soviet troops defending, simple rearguard. The panzers roll in and clean sweep the enemy, no problems there. Soviets are now at 100. I think the Axis did suffer 2 casualties, 1 casualty, I don't know. I think they suffered 2, yeah. Alright, and that's the Blitz phase. That was a very easy phase for the Axis, and that's what we were looking for, just a way to make gains without sustaining too many casualties. Well, now the next plan for the Blitz phase, what I'm planning on doing, is I think I'm going to send the Panzer Corps, another Panzer Corps, just straight in, right there, just stack up. Even if we don't attack, we don't have to attack necessarily, but the idea is to stack up with Panzer divisions, so that if the Soviets do counterattack, they have to go toe-to-toe with the best that the Germans can throw. So that, I think, is the basic plan there. Then I'm going to have, just going to probably move not too many units, a Panzer Corps and an Infantry Corps back over there, near Vyazma. And then I think that's it. As far as like attack plans go, I can move up another Panzer Corps and attack over here, which just looks really nice. So let's do that. And then I got this defense of Yelets, which is pretty vulnerable. I mean, if the Soviets do, for whatever reason, succeed, they're gonna do some serious damage. I don't know if... I think the Soviet units... No, the supply seems to be fine. We also broke through here in the south, so we can definitely like go out and secure more territory. The only problem is the supplies. So I'm thinking like, let's shift all this momentum, all this weight that we have, and we can send in 4 units into Voronezh. So let's send in as much as we can. I'm going to send a 27th Infantry over here on the flank of Voronezh, but I think the idea is that I can send in 2 Panzer Corps into Voronezh, plus another Infantry Corps, all of them being sent into Voronezh. And then let me also take the opportunity to attack Kamensko, and I can send a mech unit in, which is kind of an interesting group. I don't think the Soviets have too many units, ground units themselves neither. And I guess I'll send a mech unit and an infantry unit to kind of guard the flanks of this drive that we're doing. Army Group A can go to Pavlovsk, but the idea is that we can ideally take Voronezh this turn with just brute strength if necessary. We can definitely flank Voronezh, but I'm thinking we should try to take it ideally. Or maybe we should just like go out all out on the flanks. Yeah, like maybe why bother trying to attack into the place when you can attack around the place? Let's do that. Another Panzer Corps this way. Another Panzer Corps. So like we got this massive Panzer Corps, Panzer Army pushing into Voronezh, east of Voronezh. Over here we got like 1 Panzer group, so 2 Panzer armies are converging on Voronezh right now as we speak, while the other 2 seem to have dug up near Tula and even Ryazsk. So I think we can secure these areas is what I'm trying to say. And that is a step in the right direction. I don't know if I want to go for Michurinsk or Tambov, but I'm thinking we do. We just try to take these areas. And I think we'll have a much easier front line if we can have a concentrated defensive line over here. Possibly the Soviets can flank us, but you know, we have a lot of space that we can give up. I mean, we could give up all this territory. I could care less. I mean, if they retake Voronezh, I mean, it's not a big deal. But I think the fact that ideally we have Voronezh fortified, actually, and everything east or everything west of Voronezh is also fortified. But like these other areas, I can kind of fall back to. So there's a clear incentive there to go for Voronezh for sure. Oddly enough, I don't have any infantry. I don't think it's necessary, really. But I was thinking about, like, flanking Voronezh, right? Maybe I'll put a mech unit in Polvorino. I'm thinking. And then we've got one more, the 16th Corps. I have no idea what to do with it. It's not really necessary anywhere at the moment. We've got plenty of infantry pushing up, a whole infantry army, and then more importantly, 2 Panzer Corps pushing up. So this 16th Infantry, I mean, I don't really need it anywhere. This 50th Corps, I think, can operate independently. Presumably we can secure that. I don't think I need the 16th Corps in this sector. It's like some kind of strategic reserve. Ideally, I send it down south, I'm thinking. And maybe we use this extra manpower to, like, try to push up on Kamensko. Maybe I'll send it down south to somewhere like Kamensko. I just don't think I need it right now on this flank over here. And I don't think, I don't know, maybe I can have it operate from Archita, something like that. Just like control this rail supply line. I just don't think infantry are the best for that because they're a bit clunky, frankly. They're very clunky units. So I guess I'll leave those 2 infantry units there. They can expand to Kalach if necessary. Maybe I'll move it up here, actually. Put it in range of Stalingrad. Kind of an interesting temptation there. So I guess this infantry unit should probably move up as well. Put it here. So we are expanding eastward a little bit. I don't like these infantry kind of all by themselves. I don't think it's a wise idea to expand the front too much, especially if we can't really defend it. I just don't think that's a good idea. But we're not in range of Stalingrad right now. We're just not. If I want to be in range of Stalingrad, though, I'll move this 50th Corps, put it right there. This infantry unit is going to go take Polvorino and stay put. You know, it may be defeated there for all I know. And then this last 52nd, maybe I should move it up as well. And now we've got 2 groups in a very dangerous position at Stalingrad. And we may be able to take Stalingrad, and we may have the ability to flank, secure other positions. Presumably we could do that. And Army Group A here, you know, is in range to do things too. So I think it's a good setup overall. Army Group A might be able to sneak up a taking of Stalingrad. I mean, we've already cut off the main rail line from Stalingrad to Moscow by even contesting Ryazk. So it's a vulnerable situation for the Soviets, for sure. Let's put the Army Group South. Do I really want to do air support? I guess so. Kind of unnecessary. A bit overkill, I think. But let's do this battle here. Air power misses. Cavalry rolls, they miss. Panzer rolls, scores the hit. And I think we haven't encircled, fully encircled Voronezh yet, but if we do take this area here, this strong Soviet defense, yeah, we scored 4 hits there. We actually scored 5 hits, we almost scored 6. So we are very close to taking Voronezh. And the Soviets here, I think this cavalry unit can pull back, but it's just not a good look. It's not a good look for the Soviets at all. So yeah, that's it for the turn. Nothing in the Mediterranean front, I don't think. I think we're going to pass on the British. If we switch over to the Soviet side, let's assess the damage. It's a bad situation for the Soviets, for sure. If it was bad for the Germans, it's worse for the Soviets. Unfortunately, Voronezh is all but fallen. Tula is holding out. Tula's definitely holding out, but I'm not sure for how long. Everywhere the Soviets are holding out pretty much, but it's just not a good strategic position to have no reserve. No reserve whatsoever. And you're basically going toe-to-toe with the best of the Wehrmacht units. I mean, the situation hasn't improved, is what I'm trying to say. We did sort of have somewhat of a defensive line here. It seemed to do what it was supposed to do, which was buy time, but it's still a disaster. The only unit we can save right now is this cavalry unit. It's no guarantees of withdrawal. In fact, there's like a fairly good chance that it cannot even withdraw, which simply means that Voronezh is all but fallen. They can't withdraw. We can't abandon the city. We're stuck there. I'm pretty sure the German army can encircle it and take it. Now these remaining Soviet troops, I'm thinking, what are we going to do with them? Probably just need to keep falling back. Pull back the shock armies. Fall back across the, I believe it was the Oka River, and basically establish a defensive position deeper in Soviet territory, and by sacrifice space for time. That's the way I see it. Now the Soviet supply lines are vulnerable. From Moscow to Siberia, they can be cut off. I've played games where I've been cut off. Shout out to Andrew, man. Having said that, the main supply line to protect is from Moscow to Gorky. That's basically the main one. It goes through Vladimir, goes through across the Oka River. There's a few. I mean, the network is very messy. But the point is, there is a functional network. The challenge is to keep it alive. We also have this final line that goes through Yaroslav all the way to Vologda, and then from there, Kotelnik, Kirov. But what I'm trying to say is, you don't want to lose this main link from Moscow to, say, Kazan. Losing that is serious trouble. So we need to establish a defensive line, and the German army is relatively close to these supply lines, and they're fixed. They can't really change them. And I'm thinking we just keep withdrawing, or we try to counterattack or something. The problem right now is that we don't have a strategic reserve for the Red Army. Nothing substantial. We have a few units here and there that we could shift around, and we may need to do that. So I think that's what I'm going to do with Stavka. I'm going to just try to shift around as many units as I can, and maybe not abandon the line just yet, but maybe try to counterattack somewhere. The Germans played it really well. They stacked up a bunch of units, probably the equivalent of an entire panzer army here at Ryazk, and the entire Soviet defensive line. The axis, the junction of the Soviet defensive line that links their main defensive line, Army Group West or the Western Front, with, say, like what was formerly the Ukrainian front, whatever's left of it at this point, is the main junction is this rail link at Ryazk, and it's right now being contested. So all these other units south of here don't really have the ability to move via rail to necessarily reinforce Moscow. I mean, they still can, but like the point I'm trying to make is that we're not in a good situation. And the German army has basically succeeded at taking Voronezh. They've breached our main line, and this secondary defensive line is just not big enough. It's not prepared. So I'm thinking we gotta like pull back. I may have to activate the Ukrainian HQ, something I don't want to do. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I just purely use Stavka moves to fall back. Maybe fall back to Penza. Put this armored unit right here in this forest position. It's a very good defensive position. I guess the second tank army falls back to the Sisna River, right there. And then the HQ, I'm not sure where to put that. I don't know, like I want to put it in a major city at least. And it's kind of sad they're abandoning all these positions when we could hold out. But the Germans have stable supply lines. The Germans can keep pushing east technically without any notable problems, as long as they're able to sustain their logistics, which I think they can. Everything will be fine for the German army. I'm going to move this 22nd over here. I could try to put in a third Soviet army into Tula, and I think it definitely will buy us some time, which is kind of what we need. While this southern flank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the southern flank just kind of retreats. So maybe I'll activate this HQ after all. And basically just stack up as many units as we can into Yelets, or no, Ryansk. Simply stack them up. And if you can do that, it's going to be very hard for the German army to break through there, I think. But the battle has already begun. We're just waiting for the German HQs to be in range, basically for the Luftwaffe airfields to catch up. And once they do catch up, and once they're in range, the Germans will be able to set up a critical battle. And that critical battle may be all that's needed to defeat the Soviets in a set-piece battle where the Soviets can't defend. I'm thinking we abandon the position altogether. Simply abandon it. I don't think it's wise that we do that. I think we need to attack now. There's a time and a place to counterattack. Maybe now's the time that we do. We try to counterattack. If the counterattack fails, I mean, the situation goes from bad to worse. But like, we could send in another shock army. I mean, we could have a pretty favorable counterattack. I mean, it would be like two sides equally matched. But we do have a little bit of air support as well. It would make for one heck of a battle if we do succeed there, and it will buy us the time we need if the counterattack succeeds. If it fails, it's only going to worsen our situation and probably make it so that it's almost a guarantee the German army can push forward and potentially cut off Moscow. So I don't want to lose Moscow yet. I'm not ready to lose Moscow. I'm not ready to lose the flanks of Moscow. But I think maybe we can find just the safest balance, which is just stack up defending units. Stack them up. That's it. The rest of our units, whatever's left, are going to have to basically go out into a total retreat. I have another armored unit here. And I think the strategy I might do is a strategy where we're going to have several Soviet tank armies, but they're going to go into hiding, and they're going to hide from the Germans. We have 4. I think we should have a 5th tank army somewhere. Not sure where it is at the moment. It may have been destroyed. No, we got 2 here. Okay, no, all the Soviet tank armies are in the region. The problem is that they're all under strength, but desperately under strength. All right, we're gonna move this infantry army via rail. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess we'll leave it there. Move this armored unit there. This airborne unit's gonna have to take up space. This armored unit's gonna go here as well. This militia unit, or this HQ unit rather, not a militia. I did 1, 2, 3, 4. Strategic moves, operational moves, Stavka moves. 5 here. Yeah, so it's an interesting setup. I'm basically like going full guerrilla mode. I'm trying to do like guerrilla warfare against the German army, while we have literally one kind of like junction, like I've said before, that is defending the entire German momentum in their push into southern flank of Moscow, basically. I need these other groups to stay alive. I need the Soviet tank armies to stay alive a little bit longer. 2 of them are already committed to combat, including shock armies. I need a shock army reserve badly over here. And then it's up to these other Soviet armies to defend the western flank of Moscow. 5 Soviet armies are defending. Probably about 1 million troops, not a whole lot. If you actually do the math on that, it's not a whole lot. And then probably about another 1 million more defending the southern flank. And then I got what it looks to be about 500,000 that are like deep in Soviet territory. And it's up to them to launch a counteroffensive as the German army. We'll see what they do, right? But like, we're not going to sit here and hold the defensive line that doesn't really need to be held at the end of the day. It's not really necessary. I also have this 4th army that I decided to move by rail. Don't think that was the best unit to move, but I didn't really have anybody else that I could move around. Maybe I actually return that. I'm thinking send this unit into Tula. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 6 Stavka moves, all just shifting units to focus on the defense here in the south especially. I want to counterattack super badly, but I decided against that. And then, yeah, I mean, for all I know, the Germans might be able to take Penza. I mean, they can, like, I mean, the amount of territory the German army can expand into at the moment is ridiculous. It's a lot. It is a lot. I think I can deploy this HQ unit here and then do the moves. Deactivate it, move it to Penza like so. It's not a strategic move. And I think I'm going to leave this mech unit there as well. It's an interesting defensive setup. There's a lot of flaws with it for sure. But I feel confident that it may be just exactly enough of what we need to successfully launch some kind of counteroffensive, not at this very present moment, but maybe on the next production. Once these Soviet units are built up, they need to be built up as soon as possible. And yeah, the Soviet, this is the best I have for the Soviet defensive line, but it's clear to me like this whole sector in the rear guard of Moscow, basically we need an infantry reserve. I don't want to use these tank armies as frontline defending units. We need to build up the remaining Soviet units. A lot of them were destroyed too. Build them up and have them all redeployed along this entire southern flank of Moscow. That's the game plan. And hopefully it works. With that, we'll move on to the next Fortnight. And then I think we'll wrap up the video here. I don't think I have the stamina to keep going too much more. Without no breaks. Yeah, I might call it a night here and then upload the video. You guys can watch and then enjoy. This is definitely like one of the longer videos and also like one heck of a set of events. Alright, it's clear to me the Soviets have established a strong defense here at Tula. They do not want to lose Tula. They have 3 units defending Tula. That's a lot. I think all we need to do as the German army is take Voronezh. We've pretty much already taken it. Don't buy the bait, which is to pursue the Soviet army into all that territory. I don't think that's what we want to do. But, like, because if we do, I mean, we can exploit the situation quite a bit. Soviets were going to be off guard, but if we don't achieve any decisive victory, we're going to eventually get bogged down. And it's going to be August soon, then September. 2 more months of favorable weather. It's plenty of time, actually. But I think the bottom line I'm getting is that we should take our time when fighting the Soviets. We have the advantage. It really does come down to good dice rolls, these battles. So, I mean, I don't know if we really will succeed or not. But I'm thinking, like, this is a good time to try to attack the main... just try to put more pressure on Moscow. Maybe try to go for Kaluga. I mean, if there's any time to go for Kaluga, now's the time. The problem is that a lot of our units are under strength, so I may even pass on this turn. I will activate Army Group Center, and we'll just do some very simple moves. Oh, we never did this battle over here. Let's see, I'll keep the Soviet unit hidden. I don't think the Germans are going to take the area. But let's see. The Soviets roll 3. No hits. No hits. There we go. Alright. So, I mean, we can definitely, like, just, like, cut off Voronezh. We don't have to necessarily, like... All we gotta do is that. Boom. Just like that. And now they're totally out of supplies. I could also try to take Tambov. You know, why not? Make that like a fortified position. I'm thinking that may not be really all that's necessary. And I think the main thing is just try to break through. I don't think it's going to be easy to take, whatchamacallit, Tula at all. It looks very well defended, super well defended. But for the sake of operational momentum, it makes sense to attack those areas. But the Soviets know that we're coming. So I'm thinking, let's do that. Let's make these attacks happen. Send the infantry units in. Send this armored unit in. Attack with full strength. Or maybe not. No, attack with full strength as many divisions as we can. The rest of the divisions are going to sit back and take an R&R and basically recuperate their casualties. We don't need to blitz. There's no rush to blitz, not right now. But like, you know, we've got a super powerful panzer army sitting here at the doorstep of Voronezh. We've successfully taken Voronezh, for all I care. It's been done. So like, I don't have to work towards that anymore. So what's the next major objective? I think the next major objective should probably be Stalingrad. That's what I'm thinking. The Soviets haven't done anything to respond on Stalingrad. They've been so busy with Moscow. So yeah, let's take, let's freaking take those areas for sure. We don't really need to leave too many units here. I think we can pull this unit out actually. Maybe put it there. Now we got a Panzer Corps in range of Stalingrad. That's interesting. It's a little extra. I'd rather have two. Now we are able to actually go for Stalingrad. We have actually pretty high chance of success. We could even spend OKH right now and exploit this space even more, which I think maybe we should try to do. Oh my gosh. If we do that, I mean, I'm pretty sure Stalingrad has fallen. It's a big loss for the Soviets. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to send this infantry unit here, this guy here. It's a few more strategic moves. I'm going to, let's do this. Cut off the 9th Army at Kamensko. Army Group Center, I guess we'll deploy here. Have more range. And we can move these units forward. They're not in rail supply, though. Oh, they are. No, they're in road supply. They're not in rail supply, but they are in road supply. We just now need a way to... I don't even know if the areas south are necessarily German controlled. I don't know if Pavlovsk is German controlled or not. I think it is. I think it was. But we can do something like that. 1, 2, 3. It's definitely a gamble. But we've got like a lot of momentum shifted over there. And we're still trying to attack Moscow. Like, I don't know if this is the right move or not. Sending a whole Panzer army to Stalingrad. I mean, I think the goal is that we can try to reach our Astrakhan. And if we can do that, we do affect the Soviet supply lines significantly. So I'm thinking we should go for it, yeah, if we can. But we're like totally changing the strategy of the whole conflict in a real sense. And like we just don't have the operational, we're not gonna have the operational flexibility to like blitz wave after wave, trying to take Tula. I think we could still take Tula, but what I'm seeing is that we need to really take our time if we really want to see it succeed. Put a Panzer Corps there. So a relatively thin line. I mean, the Soviets could counterattack if they wanted to. But I'm thinking Voronezh is about to fall. We don't need to worry about nothing more. I decided to send the Panzer Corps way down south to aid in taking Stalingrad. I think we can even encircle Stalingrad. It's an easy win. Holding on to the territory is not easy. But if the Soviets don't have much of a reserve, I mean, they're going to be spread thin. I think the only problem with the setup I have right now is that we only have one corps defending Gryazny. The Soviets could try to counterattack. They're in range. They could attack if they wanted to. And I don't have much of an operational reserve. So I don't know. I don't know if this attack on Stalingrad is really worth the trouble. I mean, and at 2 extra production points, I'm going to cancel this move. It's just, I mean, it seems super badass on so many levels. But I think I'm going to cancel the move. I'll put the Panzer Corps right there instead. Defensive posture and like waiting for the Soviets to come and attack. And if they do, we're in for one heck of a surprise. Put an infantry corps there instead. We're just trying to just milk this one out. I'm not even going to attack that badly. Yeah, we're not going to activate OKH just yet. But we are going to attack. And I don't think I want to attack Tula. I think the greater priority is the flank of Tula. First, secure the flank, then try to take the city. Or maybe just try both. Let's just do both. Let's see how it goes. Soviet defense is strong. No, they scored 1 hit. Germans are going to retaliate. Scoring 1 hit. There we go. All right. Battle of Riaz, probably the most important battle of the war as far as I can tell. Definitely the densest battle. Airstrike scored 2 nasty hits on the Soviets. Soviets have a lot of double fire. Oof. And they score 4 hits on the Germans. Thankfully, the Germans were at full strength. Panzers roll. And the infantry score 1 more hit. So both sides definitely took a beating there. I probably should take a note of the Axis casualties there. I think they're like 7 in total. The Soviets suffered like another, I think 3. 1, 2, yeah, they suffered 3. All right. These areas are out of supplies. And yeah, we're going to take our time. We still have 2 full months of favorable weather. We're going to take our time. I'm not trying to rush. Necessarily find a decisive victory for the Germans on the Eastern Front. The British are going to pass. Soviet turn. Let's see how it goes. Supply losses here. So I think the Soviets do need to abandon these positions. I think it would be the wisest thing to do to abandon Ryazk. I don't think we can sustain another beating like that. And the Germans haven't even bothered attacking Moscow, which is like pretty intimidating. Also, I'm seeing that Stalingrad is vulnerable. I didn't see that on the last turn. Germans could have taken it, but like this is the respite the Soviets have towards like maybe protecting it. Yeah, so it's not a great situation at all for the Soviets. And then trying to like spend more Stavka, not a good idea. I think I just may have to accept the fact that Stalingrad is lost. Germans could very easily overwhelm the city if they wanted to. This whole position, the 5th Army needs to fall the fuck back. Alright, let's do that. Before it's too late. Pull back the 5th Army to Kotelnikovo. I may even put the 37th here in the rear. And we need 2 more units in Stalingrad. We've got nothing, like nothing right now on this sector of the front. Nothing in the southern sector of the front as well. The Soviets need a lot more manpower if they want to defeat the Germans. They need to have at least a stable front, which they don't at the moment. They don't even have enough units to fill in the stable front. So anyways, that was 2 strategic moves. I'm thinking we got to pull out of Ryazk because we're just going to keep getting battered. We do have a few more reserves that I can like try to switch around. So like I can send this guy in, pull this guy out. Oh, I guess one of them. One of them. Maybe this guy can move by rail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. That's not what we need. Where to put this unit, I do not know. But I wanted to send a full strength infantry unit in there at least. This unit goes here, so it's 2 strategic moves, right? Oh, this guy's retreating. May not even make it. Bad place to leave the 5th Army. Only 4 supreme moves, so 1, 2, 3. I need another unit defending Kaluga. We can't just have one unit all by itself. Any infantry, man. All right. I guess we're not doing these retreats. These are ridiculous. I did 1, 2. I'm thinking 3 like so, and then 4. Put this mech unit there, armored unit there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Not a bad setup. But it also means that Stalingrad is absolutely hopeless. Germans can take Stalingrad on the next turn. And I have nothing to really protect it. Right now, they are in range to cut us off. They can encircle the whole sector if they wanted to, which they may be able to do. And I don't have enough time to spread units out. Just not a great look. I don't think this unit can even make its way over to Moscow. It's not in range. But the bottom line is that like going toe-to-toe with the German army is not easy, but it has mixed results. It seems to have done pretty well enough, but to lose Moscow, or to lose Stalingrad like this is pretty humiliating. We lose it without a fight. That doesn't seem right to me. I think we have to accept the fact that Stalingrad is going to be lost. Okay, you know what? This unit's going to stay. This unit's going to move via rail to Kaluga. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So that leaves me the one strategic move left. And I'm thinking the best thing to do is to move this unit east of Stalingrad so that we at least protect the eastern banks of the Volga River. That's our best chances of defending the city. It's not even protecting the city itself necessarily, it's protecting the eastern banks of the Volga River. That's how we defend the whole region. Doesn't matter if we lose the city necessarily, but we gotta protect the sector. Yeah, that's it for strategic moves. Now, I could actually avoid a lot of the problems I'm dealing with right now. If I activated another HQ, I just really don't want to activate any more HQs. They're just expensive, and I want to save them up. Alright, so Soviet production, let's do it. 59, building up another 7 here, I think. So now we're at 52. Build up these 2 HQs. Now we're down to 32. Build up this infantry. Down to 28. And then let's build up pretty much this entire dead pile of lost infantry. Ideally build up some cavalry too. Maybe build up like 2 cavalry. And then, yep, 4 infantry if we can. I think that's literally 28. It's 12 plus 12. Oh no. This is 3 times 4, that's 12. Oh, plus 16. Yep. And that's all we can afford. We are not even building up any other units right now. I decided to focus exclusively on building up the cadre. Put 1 more in Stalingrad. Not too much. Another one in Saratov. Cavalry. Let's put the sprinkle around the cavalry wherever we can. They need to move around strategically anyways. Cover the flanks with the cavalry. That leaves me with 2 more corps left. What do I want to do? Maybe cancel these builds. Cancel these builds. Build up infantry. Build up the panzer. Build up the Soviet armor. I think it's the main thing we should do. But we should also build up these 2 infantry units here. Any infantry that we can build up, we probably should. So maybe I won't even build up the Stavka HQ. That seems a bit ridiculous. And just focus on infantry builds. It's not a bad idea. But like, you want these armored units to be able to counterattack, and they currently cannot. They're not in a position to do that. Cancel this Western HQ build. Build this up. Build this up. Build these 2 infantry units up. Got 1 more infantry that I can build up. Build up Sevastopol, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, that's it. Not much more we can do. Our units are super spread out. What we really need is to build up our mech, our armor, cavalry. We've got a lot more to build up right now. Maybe I shouldn't even build up any more infantry right now. Maybe exclusively just build up armored units. It's interesting. That's 8. I could build up a mech units. That leaves us with 2 more. Yeah, like keep trying to build up infantry if you can. Consider doing another amphibious invasion over here. Land in Mariupol or something. We have an HQ here. I don't know what to do with it. I have it in Crimea. So yeah, this is a really very sensitive defensive line, especially given that it's a bit top heavy, focusing on armored builds, but I'm not like actually building up more reserves. Let me actually build up another mech units. Put it over here. Still have 2 more extra. Maybe cancel the build in Sevastopol. And instead, I have 4 now. I can build up an armored units. So, still a very untenable situation. Building up more units may not be the solution, especially if they're easily getting destroyed. But like I want to have a mobile defense is what I'm thinking. I mean, it really depends on what the Germans do, right? If they do advance on our positions, probably want to have militia ready to defend. So let's do that instead. And I got 1 more militia units. They're basically militia. I have no idea where to put it. Put it in my Maikop, maybe. Put it in Stalingrad. Probably the best place to put it. Yeah. But this defense is a very static defense. I mean, if the Germans want to come straight at us, they can. We pretty much have little to nothing in the way of stopping them. Little to nothing to stopping them. Actually going to cancel another production. And then see if I can build up 1 more infantry unit. Ideally a cavalry unit, I'm thinking. Let's build up an infantry unit. Fortify. Make sure these places are well fortified. Saratov. I want it to be very well fortified. So that if the Germans do come at us, they can't take these areas easily. We need to fight tooth and nail for these areas. They of course can try to encircle us and whatnot, but if we can build a network of strong defenses, we actually have a chance at holding out these areas. That's what we need. We need to make sure that every major city east of the Don River is a fortified position. Everywhere else, secondary as far as defenses go. I think that's how we're going to win. Or at least hold out against the German attacks for the summer. Then come winter, I think I can change up our setup a little bit. But let's go to the British now, I think. That's what I want. And do the British production. Which is really good. 16 plus another 5, that's 21 production. Building up this guy and this guy. Alright, we're pretty much ready to continue our offensives. I'm actually going to build up this one instead. I have 6 left, and I don't know what to buy. 21, right? I spent 15, I have 6 left. There's nothing to buy. Dang it. I have 5 production left, and we're just going to toss that out? That seems... Or 6 production left. I guess I can cancel this build. So now I have 15 left, 16 left. Dang it, still not enough for what I need. No, forget it. I'm going to stick to what I had originally. Right, and then we also have 44 production on the Western Front. Let's build up this Africa Corps. Or Allied Force, rather. Build up this HQ as well. Build up this infantry. And then with the last 20 we have, we can move this marker to ready status. Also, we can roll for diplomatic events. I think we can roll for the Western Front, or for the Second Front, the Allied Initiative to open up. Let's see if we get any reinforcements. I don't think so, not yet, not until October. So we can roll. And I think the event may have just happened. Let's look at the rule book. Diplomatic events. But it's 2F is what it's called, the diplomatic event. No, so I'm looking for the diplomatic events. Somewhere here in the back, here it is. Axis diplomacy, looking at allied diplomacy, 2F, Second Front, less than or equal to count, ready beachheads count as double. So less than or equal, yeah, we rolled a 2 and we had one ready beachhead. So that means that the Second Front happened. It's the Allied initiative on the Western Front. They get to roll first now. That is quite the change. Here it is, Second Front. We'll put this in the diplomatic events kind of list, pile. Haven't had any events since December 1941, according to what I have here. Both of them, no, this is Allied. This occurred August 42. Oh, I think something else happened. You know, France, yeah, France exploited. Yeah. Yeah, that happened in June 41, that's right. Okay. So yeah. That happened. That's quite a shift in events. We'll do now Axis production. I think we did Soviet production, right? I think we'll wrap up with Axis production. Mediterranean Front, let's see what we got. Good rolls. 15 plus another 14, it looks like. That's 29. That's a lot. Let's build up these guys. That's 15. We are left with 14 now. I think it's pretty obvious what we should build up. Build up this guy. That's 9. We have 5 left. Go ahead and build up this Panzer paratrooper, militia paratrooper. Yeah. It'd be nice if they had whatchamacallit, double defense. Or double fire, rather. I don't think they do. But our 2 Africa Corps units are built up. Actually, I'm thinking with 14 that we have, maybe we try to build up the Italian units. It's not a bad idea. Dang it. The only problem is that Tripoli is full. Dang it. All right. So yeah, we'll just stick to the other build that we had. But yeah, the sooner we could build up the Italian army from scratch, the better, for sure. Western Front production is at 12. I'm gonna just go ahead and build up OKW, and just kind of waste the production because I just need it to be at full strength as soon as possible. See what we get for German reinforcements. Just a militia unit in August. Put this also in Paris. So the more militia units we have, we need 3 militia units to occupy these remaining areas of France and basically guarantee that France is fully occupied and protected against a Allied amphibious invasion. As far as Eastern Front production goes, definitely going to focus on building up the HQs. I would like to build up the lost units. We have 40 production left though. This is 1, 2, 3. We could make a move on Stalingrad. 4. I can build up 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like so. Cancel this build. Pull that guy up, and then I can build up 1 more infantry. I guess it'll be the 6th here at Orel. And the idea is that we can now expand our attacks more into Moscow, onto Moscow. That's the game plan. And we can do it with great ferocity. Now we could also decide, you know what, maybe when we want to go for Stalingrad, we could have gone on the last turn. Decided to wait to build up our units, build everything up before we pushed. And it's like, yeah, we could, but I don't think it's advisable. I think we've pushed as far east as we need. The goal now is to push for a strategic objective. That objective should be Moscow. Now, I don't think we can take Moscow in 2 months, August, September. No, I think we're going to have to continue the battles into the winter. But the idea is that we can this time maintain our strategic momentum or strategic initiative on the Eastern Front, even during the winter, which is going to be hard to do. But we did have a successful summer. It's going to buy us some time. We still have air support. We still have double fire. So we have all the tools we need to continue attacking in the winter and do it effectively. We just need to sustain our losses, basically. Now, I don't think I actually ever did battles here in the north, attacking with Dietl. But I think now I feel much better, much more confident. We could have done it in the summer. I just totally forgot about it. But I think it's time that we also try to go for Murmansk, for sure. This is the time to do it. The Soviets are pretty exhausted as far as, like, production goes. I think they are. They have these, like, much rearguard defensive lines. It's going to take time for them to build up. I don't think we need to push further east and take a bunch of empty territory. Take Voronezh, fortify Voronezh. That's all we really need to protect our eastern flank. We have a lot of space, which is really useful. Then I think the only thing we got to do is grind our way into Tula, grind our way here at Ryazsk, push on Kaluga, push on Mozhaisk. Again, if we can take just one of the 4, our chances of taking Moscow go up significantly. If we can even take 2 of the 4, then we're well on our way. That needs to be our main priority for the next 2 months. And I may even blitz as is necessary if we could just take 1. And I think the Soviets lost some production because we cut off Tula. So, oops. No, actually, technically, no. We haven't attacked Kaluga yet. Never mind. They still have 59 production. All right. Well, that was 2 months of summer combat. Pretty interesting. A lot of fighting. Long battles, for sure. But I think here we are. This is kind of where I'm going to wrap it up. It's obviously the middle of the summer. I don't think it's the best to stop the video here. In fact, I think I should keep going until the whole summer file ends, but for the sake of time, because of time, we're going to stop the video here. I hope you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed playing it. Basically, I'm concluding just based, this is like my intuitive analysis. You know, there is a chance the German army can succeed at taking Moscow. I don't think it's necessarily going to be done in 1942. I think the Germans may need another year, but they can keep the strategic, as long as they can keep that strategic pressure on Moscow or on Stavka, I think they have a good chance of winning the war, or at least turning the tide of the war on the Eastern Front to such a degree that it's going to be near impossible for the Red Army to recover all by itself. It's going to need significant more help if it wants to recover. And right now they're fighting tooth and nail to defend Moscow. So if we can take Moscow, put pressure on Moscow, strategic pressure, which we already are doing, we are going to have a successful Eastern Front campaign. And that's really all I'm looking for in this game. It's a successful Eastern Front campaign. Of course, we need to do what we can to defend the South. So that's happening. The British are making progress. But we're now entering the second phase of, or now the third phase of the Mediterranean front. I think the second phase is conquesting Tripoli. Right, the first phase was the battle for eastern Libya and western Egypt. That came out with a decisive Allied victory. Now the next phase is Tripoli. The Allies have the initiative. There's a possibility that we see landings in French North Africa. That would definitely accelerate the downfall of North Africa. And the sooner that the Allies can take North Africa, the better. They can gain Allied naval supremacy. And if they can do that, then it's going to be much easier to go on the offensive in the Western Front. But of course, we're going to be fighting a much economically larger German presence. So it's not an easy thing to do to resolve. But I'm thinking, if we look at the production, let me see the Axis production. The Axis should be gaining more production for the next few months. So it's really up to the Western Front forces to see if they can defend. I think they can. But it's up to the Allies to see where are the weaknesses for the Axis, right? What are the weak points that they can go for, that they can exploit? You'll start seeing that the Allies gain a lot of production, but they're also just dealing with not an easy enemy to defeat, especially an enemy that has a lot more manpower on the Western Front. The Italians, all the German militia. Germany just has that manpower advantage on the Western Front until 1944, which if you look at the setup sheet, if we look at 1944, the Germans gained a bunch of units, right? But most of them were under strength. Most of them are cadre. But you'll see that the Allies in 1942, these are presumably Axis units. I don't know. I can't tell my screen orange mode thing. But if we can look at these, the Allies do gain a fair share of units as well, all full strength. Right, they start pouring in. The Americans start gaining just a frick ton of infantry, full strength infantry, full strength mech. Both of them have long range. They can move 3, the speed of 3. The armor also just in pretty strong, numbers. They got 5 armored corps for free. So the Germans still have a numerical advantage somehow. They have more troops, boots on the ground, if you will. But a lot of their units are just under strength, and they just can't go toe-to-toe with the American Allied kind of firepower. I don't know if you saw that. If you saw what I was showing you. I think you saw the bottom half. And you saw a little bit. You didn't see the top half of the American units, but here they are. Just more infantry and armor and mech. Basically, the Allies will have also triple fire, so they can attack and they can exploit weaknesses. And it's up to the Axis, it's up to the Third Reich, the Germans, to defend And so you got to use terrain to your advantage when defending. Got to be careful with your flanks. The Allies have a lot of like strategic momentum in the later years, but by the time you get to 44, I mean, you only have about a year left of the game. So, whatever the Allies are able to pull off, unfortunately, they only have like 1 or 2 summers to do it. If we look at the production charts, I mean, they start gaining these units like all throughout, starting like June, like 4 or 5 months of favorable weather. Then they get mud, and it's not until February until then they get better weather. So maybe 1945 is the year where the Allies can launch a lot of offensive operations. But it really comes down to, can they take France? Can they take the Low Countries? Can they take Italy? Can they take Yugoslavia? I mean, if they can take those 4 countries, or 5 countries, 6 including Luxembourg, if they can take Holland, Belgium, France, Italy, and Yugoslavia, I think those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countries, then they have a very good chance of, like, basically, I don't know if winning the war necessarily, but definitely defeating the Western Front, Axis forces, which is going to be hard to do because the Soviets are just in bad shape right now in 1942, and we'll see how it goes, but I think 1943 might be the hardest year for the Allies, primarily because it's up to the Soviets to survive, and it's like the Western Allied powers still don't have enough offensive power. They don't have that manpower advantage that they really need to turn the tide against the Axis. So I think on that note, I'm going to wrap up the video here. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. Questions and comments down below. I enjoy hearing from y'all, from you gamers. That's all I got for this video. Slow, methodical, and like decisive operations, primarily by the German army, also by the British, and also the Soviets just taking on these really ambitious methods to survive the onslaught. So we're going to see how it goes for the rest of the year, see if the Soviets may get some kind of respite in the winter of 1942. And then we'll see how well the Allies do in North Africa moving into 1942-43. I think I have a good feeling about the Allies as far as their success in Libya and Tunisia and Italy, I'm thinking. I don't know if we should invade Italy or not, or maybe try to do a Operation Overlord 1944, or maybe try to invade southern France, perhaps. Just try to find some sort of target to go for to exploit the Axis defense, I'm thinking like maybe there's no need to go for Italy, although Italy is such an easy target to go for. You can force the Italian army out of the war, but I'm thinking, if not Italy, southern France. And the sooner, if we can have a successful overlord in 1943, let's say, it's possible. The problem is going to be like exploiting the beach front, the beachhead, right? But I think we'll have enough manpower to at least hold out against whatever the Axis decide to throw, unless they decide to like transfer an entire panzer army from the Eastern Front to the Western Front, which is a very real possibility, in which case France is going to be lost. I don't think the Allies are going to be able to hold out, but it may buy the Soviets that time they need in order to like recover on the Eastern Front. So we'll see. It's up to the German strategy, if they want to abandon their momentum on the Eastern Front or not. And I guess the question is, can Moscow be held up until then? So yeah, Stalin is demanding that the Allies open up a second front as soon as possible. And I think in our game, we may go for something like that. Is a sooner pressure from the Western Front onto the German Western occupied part of Europe, and then maybe that will be what's needed to slow down the German success on the Eastern Front. Maybe not. We'll see. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. peace. Have a nice day. Take care. Good night.